Hello, friends. Hi. Howdy, howdy. Okay. Hello. A little too high this morning. Hi, guys. Hello. Just waiting for the YouTube. I think I'm here. I mean, I know I'm here. You guys may be here. I can't tell yet. But hang on. I mean, I can tell. I can see you. Ooh. Okay. I can see you. I don't know if you can see me yet. So we'll get going here in 1 second. Once I can see us. Usually about, I don't know, maybe a 15-second delay or so. So I think that's what I am seeing right now. Or not seeing. There we go. Oh boy. Let's turn off that volume. I was working lots this week and was in the background, had a YouTube video on that I was just kind of listening to, and sound was up. So hello, friends. Hello. Happiest of Saturdays. Yes. Oh my goodness. It is the 1st of June. Like my favorite time of year. I love the summer. Love the summer. It is hands down my very favorite season. So especially this time of year, like early, well, technically we're still spring, right? But early summer when it's still not super hot outside. It's been like low to mid 70s-ish for the majority of this week, which is like perfect. If that was my choice, it'd be that all year long. I live in the wrong state for that. Definitely the wrong state, but one can dream, right? Hello, friends. Good morning. If we have not met before, welcome. Well, welcome to everyone. But if we haven't met before, my name is Lael Kankar. I have a business called Lael by Mail. When I am not traveling, we are here on Saturday mornings on my YouTube channel, and we are doing what I like to call creative listing. So a couple days beforehand, I publish at least 3 topics, and that is what we list about. That's what I list about here live as we're working together on a Saturday. Some people list with me. Some people are working on the exact same list I am. Some people are working on different lists. Some people are modifying the list a little bit if it maybe didn't particularly pertain to them. But some people are working on other crafting projects, cleaning, working, whatever it may be. So however you're here, in what capacity, welcome to you. It's always fun to have you. As we get going today, there's a ton of different products that I use. In the description box of the video down below, you will find lots of links. One of those links is what I'm using. That will take you to a page on my website and shows you kind of what I'm using. And then you can shop from there if you're interested. Sorry. I still have like gunk going on from the... sorry, I know that's so annoying. That's probably going to happen all day while we're together. No, I still have that kind of weird going on. I was super sick earlier this month, so 10 days, and it's still just kind of, I mean, I feel wonderful 100%, but I still kind of have this lingering, I don't know, frog or whatever that decided it wants to be my best friend for the month of May and maybe into June, clearly into June. Anyhow, welcome to you. If you are watching live, hi. So fun to have you here live with me. As we start to get into the warmer months, Saturdays are always very precious, right? They're very precious. It's a day to kind of do whatever you need to get done or whatever you want to get done. Maybe you're working, maybe you're playing, whatever it is. But Saturdays, as we get into the warmer weather, I know lots of us want to be outside. Sometimes I sit here and go, oh, look at how nice it is out there. But I have had one Saturday where I've not been traveling in the last over 4 years that I wasn't doing this. And that was because I was getting over being sick in May, and it felt so weird. I have to tell you, it felt so weird. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got like a whole Saturday. It was weird. It was kind of cool. But anyhow, so if you're watching live with us, welcome. And if you are watching the replay, welcome to you as well. If I didn't just say all that stuff about being live, you wouldn't even know. You'd be like, oh, look, and you'd think I was live. So it's all good. It is all good. Just like Memorex, right? You never know if it's live or if it's Memorex. So let's take a look at the chat. If you are watching with me live, you can join in the chat. I see it over on the right-hand side of my screen, depending on what kind of device, your TV or small tablet, phone, computer, laptop, whatever it is. You may see that chat in different places, but that's a great place for us to interact one-on-one, right? One-on-one, but that's also an awesome place for you guys to interact together. And I love when that happens. A number of you have now met up together in real life, which I love so much. Most recently, that was Terry Leto and Karen Haynes, which was really cool. And they shared a picture in the Facebook group, which I loved seeing that. So that's awesome. Anyhow, quickly in the chat. Let's see who's here. Hello, Reverend Joy Ellen. Nice to see you. Sarah, drizzly in Southern California. That's good. You guys need the rain, right? You always need the rain. I know. Joy Ellen said water in Southern California in June. What? June gloom. Misty rather than drizzly, but it sounds beautiful. It just sounds lovely and kind of moody. And hi, Cindy. Jennifer is it Daniel, like Daniel? We've been having crazy storms here in Houston. You guys have. Oh my goodness. You guys have heard me talk about Amy before. Amy, my friend that does lots of work for me, helps product sourcing and making all the things happen when it comes to new products. She was earlier, I guess last month, in Houston house sitting for her daughter when that crazy storm came through. And so days without power and all that. Houston, you guys have been getting hit. You've been getting hit hard, right, Jennifer? Hope everything's okay, right? But soon it'll make the drought go away, right? I guess silver lining, right? Silver lining. Hi, Cindy. No, I already said hi, Cindy. Orange County, drizzly, right? Nancy, Nevada, perfectly sunny day. Nancy, Sam Konkar, our younger son, is in Las Vegas this weekend, so watch out, just watch out. I told him he needs to text me every day for a proof of life. You know, just let me know that all is good. He's 23, this is his first time in his adult life of going to Vegas. I mean, not like he'd really been, younger life, although we had lacrosse tournaments there all the time when he was growing up. But just drink all the water, stay out of trouble, don't do anything stupid, all of those things. And so yesterday at 1:30 in the afternoon, he texted me, "Good morning." And I'm like, "Good morning." So I called him. I'm like, "Oh, you just getting up?" "Yeah, we're eating breakfast now." And I'm like, "So, have a late night?" And he goes, "Yeah, we about 5 a.m. I'm like, okay. And this is funny. I'm like, "So are you hungover?" And he goes, "No, Mom, I think I still have the alcohol in me." And I'm like, "Oh Lord." He goes, "It's a good thing or else I'd be in trouble." So I went and bought some liquid IV and I'm like, oh boy, to be young again, right? And after breakfast, we're going out to the pool. I'm like, drink water, drink lots of water. It's super hot. You've got all this alcohol in you. Just drink all the water. So anyhow, watch out, Nevada. Sam Konkar is in your house. Let's see. Belinda said, "Good morning. Happy Saturday." Wanda, good morning. Good morning. Ms. L. Christy. Outside Chicago, northwestern Indiana, it's raining there for her. Janine, Jeanette, Santa Barbara, June gloom, right? It sounds kind of like all of Southern California. Maybe it's just, what do they call it? The sea layer. Maybe the sea layer. Sea layer? I think that's what it's called. Anyhow, maybe it'll burn off. Maybe. Patricia, good morning from toasty Las Vegas. Oh yeah, Patricia, be careful. Stay away from downtown. Stay away from the strip. Colleen, hello Colleen from sunny Toronto, Canada. Kelly from Minnesota. Jane, Illinois. Hi, just a girl in her paper. Gerda, nice to see you. Hopefully rain-free, Texas. Jennifer used to live in Vegas. Both of her girls born there. Most days in the summer, perfectly sunny, right? Right. Hi, Laura. And Pam, good morning. Oh, you guys, look it. Do you want to see Pam? You want to see Pam? That's Pam. And that's Leo. Pam was in Utah and we met up for coffee. That was so fun. I loved it, Pam. So Pam, when we get to about last month, that little picture's in there. We had so much fun. Pam had reached out and said, "Guess what? I'm going to be in Utah. And, I know you're really busy and would you want to meet for coffee?" And I'm like, "Oh my goodness, yes." And we had just the best time. We had the best chat. It was so much fun. So much fun. Pam, I have to tell you very quickly, this is just a little side note. Pam brought me some very lovely, nice little gifties. And the candy. She brought me some candy from the town where she lives. And Nick and I went out of town a couple days later. And so it was in the pantry. And Sam, our younger son, was here while we were gone. He was house sitting. And he called one day, "Hey, Mom, you know that candy in the pantry? Well, I ate it. I ate it all." And he said, "But I went online and ordered another box, so it's coming." So it was funny. It was so funny, Pam. So Sam enjoyed the candy, and then the other box just arrived. It was hilarious. It was a hoot. Kids, I tell you what, kids. Joy. Joy said she loves my top. There's lots like these crazy, not crazy sleeves, but I have to tell you guys, there's quite the funny chat happening in the Lail by Mail Facebook group this morning. My friend Vicky Booten and I were texting back and forth this morning, and I'm like, "Oh, you've got to see my getup." And so I took a selfie in the mirror, and then turned my selfie on my phone into a sticker. So it's really easy to do if you don't know how. You take a photo from your phone, and it's got all the background or whatever. So right now, if I took a photo, I've got all this background around me. Once you have the photo taken on your phone, you just press. So I press like on me, and then it kind of does this little woo, and it puts a little outline around you, and then you can copy that. So basically you made yourself or whatever the picture is into a sticker. So I sent that to Vicky, and I'm like, check out my outfit. I'm rocking it today, because you guys always see like this. You never see everything else. So everything else today is a running skirt because, it's hot. And then I have on these foam, I'll just show you. It's easier. Slippers. Like, look at my little toes go right there, but arch support. So I posted in the Facebook group. I'm like, in case you guys were ever wondering behind the scenes, this is what the rest of it looks like. Like funny conversations about outfits and anyhow. So yes, top. Thank you. More focus on the slippers in the Facebook group. It was funny because I'm like, arch support. I'm too old. I'm going through menopause. I can't wear socks in the house. My feet get too hot. And the knees are open-toed, so it's okay. And then shoes, just too comfortable. So yeah, anyhow, it's quite amusing. Quite amusing. Yes, let's see. Just a Girl Lindsay said, finally sunny here in Northwest Ohio. Lindsay Heilmans, is that you, Lindsay? Lindsay Heilmans that made me the wonderful Be Right Back sign. Tell me if that's you, Lindsay. Just a girl in her paper. Let's see if that's you. I know it's June. Isn't that crazy, JK? Just crazy. Hi, Lauren in the yarn. Hello, Marilee. Oh, bronchitis. Shoot. Yeah, from your little first graders, I bet, right? I'm sure all the things are just swirling around. Guys, there's something nasty going around. So I had it for 10 days last month. Nick had it for 2. Of course, he came home with it and then gave it to me. But in the Facebook group this morning, Nita Mann was saying that she's had it. So just if you are sick, take care of yourself. And if not, like dose up on the emergency or whatever it is, because something not good is out there. Let's see. Yeah, Daniel like Daniel. Okay, good. Good morning, 111 Renee's from Nashville. Lindsay's saying it's kind of scary to let the baby birds fly. I know it is and leave the nest. It is, right? We call ours, somebody said this term one day and I thought it was the best. They're free-range chickens. They're like free-range chickens, right? So they're roaming, but they sometimes come back, right? Free-range kids. Karen said, hello from deep East Texas. Rain, yeah, rain. Huge trees are falling and uprooting. That's just so scary. Houston keeps getting hit like the last couple of years. Marilee said, is she the only one getting a little static with the audio? You guys tell me, are you getting static? Let me turn down one of these little things and see if maybe that's it. Tell me. You guys pipe into the chat and let me know, and then we'll get started. We'll figure that out and we'll get started. Yeah, those candy chews, oh, so good. I can't even tell you. So good. Nako Jojocious. I like the name of that, however you say that. All right, let's see. Static. Interesting. Pam, will you pipe in and tell Doers Choose. Dewars from Bakersfield. Belinda says she loves making stickers. All right, let's see, friends. Belinda said Vicky Boo. V-Boo had a great live last night. I'll have to go watch it, right? I saw something about like acrylic paint pulling or something. It sounded really interesting. We had one of our neighbors' 60th birthday, so his wife had a surprise party for him, so we did that last night, so I didn't catch it. Colleen says she has a photo from the first day of the sci-fi conventions. Left her hotel room still wearing my slippers. I did a double back and changed my shoes, right? They're so comfortable. And I wear them like 24/7, well, all day because I stand all day. So Nick was adding some more rocks to our flower beds. Oh, that needed to be in my picture. Anyhow, yesterday, and he goes, here, come out here. I want to ask you something. And so I had on, yeah, if anybody saw me, which, neighborhood, I'm sure they did. I don't know. I had on a little just like shift dress that was just easy to pull on. And then I got cold, so I had this weird jacket thing on over it. And then I walked outside around the corner in the street with my slippers. And I'm like, oh my gosh, someone's going to see me and think that I'm a nut job. But that's okay, right? That's okay. All right, friends. Shelly, so slippers Amazon. There were so many people in the Facebook group that kept asking. So I kept posting, and then I put the link in the in my post on the Facebook group. All right, let's see, no static. Okay, Fiona says she does hear a static. We'll try to reload. So I am the only one home today. Nick is golf tournament, like 27 holes. I'm like, well, I'll see you around midnight, right? Long time. But there's nothing else going on that I have, nothing that's turned on. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I don't know what it would be. So I hope if those of you that can hear it, I hope it's not too annoying. Let's see, Margie. I think I'm Margie. Hi, Margie from Germany. Nice to see you. Where Margie in Germany? I'm interested. I did foreign exchange in Germany in high school. All right. Lindsay said a tiny bit of static, but nothing horrible. Yeah, let's just hope it goes away. I don't know. I apologize. The interwebs. It's just kind of like, well, we get what we get sometimes, right? But I know there's nothing else going on in the house unless there's like, a little poltergeist or something. I don't know. Who knows? Hi, Pamela. Nice to see you from Virginia. And Christy said, hi, Christy. No static. So maybe some places static, some places not. That makes it impossible to solve. So I don't know. Just maybe if you're getting static, maybe do a little refresh and see if that helps. Or maybe just slide it back just a tiny bit, maybe like 30 seconds and have it kind of buffer and see if that helps. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm sorry. All right, friends. So loads to talk about today. We have 3 fun lists that we're going to do. I also have always giveaways. So we need to talk about giveaways from 2 weeks ago when we were together. So we did 2 giveaways and I made it super easy. It's kind of like you pick what you want. Well, within reason. So 2 giveaways were $25 gift card or, just a code, like a coupon code for $25 to shop on the website. So drew those this morning, the way that you participate in the giveaways. Once the video is over, you leave a comment on the video itself, not in the chat, on the video itself. And you have until we're together next. So like this morning, I drew the giveaways from last time to leave a comment. And then I just pick random comments and those people win. So we had 2 winners. The first winner was TM Rude 100. And the second winner was Lindsay Heilman 511. Now, Lindsay Heilman 511, that's why I was wondering if that was you, just a girl in her paper, Lindsay H. Both of you, congratulations. I replied to your comment. You just need to shoot me an email and let me know that you won the $25 gift card or whatever, and I'll just send you a coupon code to go shopping. So some more fun prizes today and lots of fun lists. Yes, that is you, Lindsay H. Love it, love it, love it, Lindsay H. And Lindsay, you'll be happy to, okay, hold on. Well, not Lindsay, you'll be happy to, but I know this is Lindsay H now because I wrote her name on the back because sometimes memory not so good. Look at what Lindsay made for me, you guys. When we were doing International Scrapbook Day, every so often I need to go, oh, hold on, I gotta go grab something. I'll be right back. And I'm like, I kept saying, I need to make a sign so that you know that that's what's going on, that it didn't freeze. So during the live, Lindsay made that and emailed it to me, which was so sweet, just so sweet. You guys are always so kind. Your nice emails and comments and things like that. I just love you guys. You know that. I hope you know that. Yes, so thank you, Lindsay. Okay, friends, so let's do this. Let's flip the camera and let's start playing, okay? I need to turn off the lights, turn on the lights, and we'll be ready. No sign of Reggie. I'm not sure where he is, so I'm sure he'll be joining us at some point. Reggie the cat, he will be joining us at some point today. Which, that's always fun. Never quite know what he's going to do. Never quite know what he's going to do when he is playing with us. Hang on, is that going to do what I want it to? That one is just looking a little less bright. Let's try that. Okay, I think I'm still here. Now that's when it's scary because it's really bright. For a 50-something-year-old, you generally don't want those kind of bright lights shining on your face. There we go, that's better. That's better. All right. So, we have 3 lists today. Well, before we do that, let's talk about, Pamela, thank you. Plugging in, yes, 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 that's always important. If I do not plug in, about 2 hours in, we just go bye-bye. We go bye-bye because, yeah, the phone only has so much power when it's live streaming for hours. All right, so we're gonna start out by we'll talk about the lists for today in a second. I usually like to start out with the list that we did last time we were together. So last time we were together was the 18th, right? Yes, it was the 18th of May. I had to think about that. So the last, let me just check. We did 3 lists or 4 lists? We did 4 lists. Okay, we did 4 lists. We did, I don't think that one. I think we had done that one before. Best choices. No, hello. We did do this one. So this is the list we had started out with. This list was the best choices I've ever made. It was a list suggestion from my friend Allison. And Allison has sent me so many list suggestions over the last couple of years, which I just love because, you know, I only have so many ideas. Best choices I've ever made. So on this one, lots of yellow. 2 weeks ago, it was like a yellow day. There's lots of yellow in my list. So this one we used Crafty Garden from 49 and Market. And I paired that with the In the Box stamp set and just had a lot of fun chatting about, as we do when we're listing, I'm talking about what's on my list. And a lot of times in the chat, you guys are talking about, even if you're not listing, what would be on your list in terms of best choices. So we had lots of fun with that one. Then we did a continuation of a list that we had actually started the prior week, which was International Scrapbook Day. This was kind of going back. This was a little update to a list that I always have us do towards the beginning of a new year. The list that we do towards the beginning of a new year, things that we want to focus on. Not necessarily resolutions, but just things we want to focus on. And I like to usually a couple times a year do a kind of an update, like how is that going? Like the things I'm focusing on, how is it going? So this time we did an in focus and out of focus. So a couple things in focus, couple things out of focus. There was one for me that was so far out of focus it wasn't even funny. And this I really have to work on. And it's leaving the house, going outside. Just sometimes I get to working so much that I just don't leave the house, which is not a good thing. So over the last 2 weeks since we were together, I have been out of the house probably more than I have in almost the whole year. So doing a little bit better now on that. So sometimes you just need to do a refocus, and that's kind of what that was all about. We used some product from the Simple Stories Just Beachy collection, and then some background paper from the Good Vibrations collection from Pretty Little Studio. So that was our second list. Both of these lists, I used the Letter Scramble Alphas from Bella Boulevard. And those I just love. They're just so fun and easy to work with. I've been using those quite a bit lately. Our third, oh, here we go, because here's the alpha again. Our third list was In the News for April. In the News is a list that we do on a monthly basis where I usually write a long list about things that were happening in the news for a particular month. And a lot of times things that are in the news are just not really happy, right? There's just a lot of hard things happening in our world today, right? As I was looking at the things on my list on my phone, because I keep a running list on my phone every month for kind of the news items, I was looking at the list on my phone and everything was just sad and depressing. And there were 2 things that stepped out, stood out, not stepped out. 2 things that stood out on my list to me. And they were both female musicians and female musicians that had made really, really, really big things happen in their world in the month of April. So I decided my In the News for April just has 2 things on my list. Beyonce, Taylor Swift. Beyonce in April, the first Black woman to come in at number 1 on the top country albums chart, which is right. Good for her. The first Black woman to come in number 1 on the country album chart. So that was really cool. And then of course, Taylor Swift releasing her double album drop with Tortured Poets Department. So totally different type of In the News list than I normally do, but it was a lot of fun to kind of shake things up. So we shook things up a little bit. Zen Girls, is there a list of the list ideas? Yes, kind of. I'll talk about that in one sec. Hi, Laura. You guys, Laura's here. Lorelei Murphy. She is one of the two amazingly talented women on my design team. There's two, and they are both so freaking talented. Just what, Laura, what do you and Stephanie do with my stamps, my products? It's just mind blowing. So, Laura's a good person to follow. And both Laura and Stephanie post in the Facebook group, the Lail by Mail Facebook group, and their social medias too. But it's a great place to see their stuff. Okay, then our last list. This list was a suggestion from Wanda Bradford. And this had come up a couple weeks ago, and we finally got to it last week, maybe a month ago or so, but you might be old if. This one, we always have so much fun when we make fun of ourselves, right? That we got to do it, right? We got to make fun of ourselves. You might be old if. You might be old if you can't watch TV without the closed caption being turned on. That's me. You might be old if a typing class was mandatory in high school on a physical typewriter, not keyboarding, typewriting, right? You might be old if you bought 12 CDs for a penny via Columbia House, right? We had so much fun with this, and we had a ton of fun in the chat. You guys were just, piping up in the chat and talking about all of the different you might be old if. So this we used one of the Vicki Booten mixed media art. Vicki came out with 4 new kind of die cut ephemera acetate packs, and this one was mixed media art. So very fun. Very fun. Wanda asked, hi Laura, glad you're here. Where can we follow you? Laura, pop it in there. Put Instagram in there, Laura, put whatever you want in there. I'd love for people to follow you. Okay, so those were the 4 lists that we did when we were together 2 weeks ago. So when I was thinking about the lists for today, it's a brand new month. So always the beginning of a brand new month, we do a list called About Last Month. We always also do a list every month called What a Day. In the past, it was called Today Looks Like This. This year, it's kind of taken a little bit of a new turn with the stamp set. It's called What a Day. And then usually every season, we do a list called What I'm Looking Forward to This, fill in the blank. So what I'm looking forward to this summer. So it was natural that those were our 3 lists today. Brand new month, so we have About Last Month for April. We didn't do What a Day yet for May, so we had to do What a Day for May today, or excuse me, April today, and then What I'm Looking Forward to this summer. So I usually do some of my best thinking in the shower. And the other day I was in the shower and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so bizarre. This was not planned. No. Anyhow. In the new Listing with Lael idea book, the volume 2, I did a little article because this is probably one of the most frequent questions I get when people want to get started working in a traveler's notebook is how to get started. And so I did an article about how to get started. And the second thing that you need to do once you go through step 2 is pick a list. And the 3 suggestions I give for picking a list if you're just getting started: About Last Month, What a Day or Today Looks Like This, and Things I'm Looking Forward to, which was just so funny to me that those happen to be the 3 lists that we're doing today. All of that to say, if you are brand new and you're like, what is this? What is she talking about listing? Or if you've been a hanger-oner for a long time and you've kind of been like, I think I want to do some lists, but I don't know where to start. Any of these 3 lists today, I think, are the easiest to get started with. About Last Month, Today Looks Like This, or What a Day, and Things I'm Looking Forward to this spring, summer, Christmas, year, school year, whatever it is, vacation, whatever it may be. So as we get into each of those, we'll kind of talk a little bit more about each of those. One thing I want to mention very quickly before we go, look at Zen Girls, How to Get Started. I got to get that book. Yes, newbie. So Zen Girls, now I'll answer your question. Zen Girls said, is there a list of the list ideas? There are 2 idea books now. So original idea book, these are all of the lists from 2020, 21, and 22. And volume 2 came out in March, and that is now 23. So in each of those books, you have all of the lists that we've ever done. So 4 years worth. This book, because it's 3 years, lists them 2020, 2021, 2022. And then you have all of those lists with the lists. And so this is now just kind of a refresher if you didn't know, or if you're like, wait a minute, what is she talking about? With every list, you have a photo of the list. You have the date that it was recorded or, done live. You have a link to that particular video where that list was made. And then you have a timestamp. What all of this means, when you purchase the physical idea book, either or both, you automatically, when you check out, receive an email with a link to the digital version of the book or books. The really important thing about that, you get the physical copy, but the nice thing about having the digital version is that those links are hot in the digital version. Those are hot links, which means if you're like, oh, I want to see how she did that, I'm interested in that list, I want to see what she did. You click on in the digital version, that hot link, it takes you to that video. You fast forward to the 58-minute mark, and there you go. So, Zen Girls, a very long answer to your question. Yes. Now, I think in the bottom of this video and in the bottom of every blog post I do when I'm talking about our List With Me lives, I have links to, I think 20, 21, and 22, kind of those list of lists. So yes, lots of listing information for you to find. Hello, Mom. Hi. Oh gosh, darn it. There's another photo I forgot. I'm going to have to reprint one of my photos. Anyhow, I'll talk about that when we get there. So yes, everyone say hello to my mom. Everyone send very positive, happy thoughts to my mom. Okay, my mom needs very positive, happy thoughts today. So don't cry, Mom. Although you probably will, but that's okay. So everyone send lots of very nice, happy thoughts to my mom. Her little puppy, not puppy, her beloved dog passed the Rainbow Bridge yesterday. So just kind of hard times going on. But yes, so lots of love to my mom. Okay. One thing I wanted to mention, if you missed this, these pouches, holy cow, you guys, these pouches, you guys like blow me away. I can't even tell you. These pouches, the 13 by 13 storage pouches, right? These I came out with in March. My first order, which was a large order, I thought plenty to last at least the year, sold out in 4 days. I ordered them right away because they're manufactured in China. They need to get manufactured and then they go on the boat and they go through customs in LA. Second order came in about a week ago. My second order is already halfway sold out. Okay, so they're just awesome. I use them for everything. They're a nice, really sturdy, nice heavy duty sturdy plastic. So these are back in stock. I will tell you, I have now placed another order. They're already working on them because I saw now how much the second order is selling out quickly. First order amount. Second order, I ordered 50% more. This third order now, double more. So anyhow, there's something that will stay around. First prize, you guys. So guess what? First prize today is a 4-pack of these storage pouches. Okay, 4-pack. So way to participate in the prizes. Leave a comment on the video when it is over, okay? Not in the chat, comment on the video when it's over. When we're together again next week, right before we're together, I will draw one lucky winner to win a 4-pack of those. Laura said she loves the sturdiness of the pouches. They're so smooth. I will tell you guys kind of something exciting. What I've been working on all week, someone reached out from one of the local morning shows, one of the local television morning shows, and asked me to come in and film a segment on documenting your travels in a traveler's notebook. So I am doing that on Monday, and I will show you. I mean, I have 4 of these right now. 4 of these. All I still have to go through and kind of resort everything, but I have 4 of these all packed up and loaded with all of the things for me to take with me. They're just awesome little organizational tools to keep all your stuff together. So I'm very excited about that, and it will be something that I'll film it. I film on Monday, and then usually a couple days later it airs, and then they also put it on their website. So I'll make sure to send out a link if anybody wants to watch it. Yeah, very exciting. But that's how I'm kind of organizing everything. All right, let's dig in. Let's dig in. Yes, thank you. Very exciting. Very exciting. All right, so our first list, normally we start out with things I'm looking forward, or no, normally we would start out with about last month. About last month is the second list we're going to do today. Our first list is things I'm looking forward to this summer. So this is a list that we typically do usually 4 or 5 times a year. We usually do it by season, spring, summer, winter, fall. And then I usually also do it for Christmas. So things I'm looking forward to this Christmas. These are what some of them have looked like in the past. This was 2021, things I'm looking forward to this summer. This one was 2022, things I'm looking forward to this summer. And if I move to the spring chapter, we would see things I'm looking forward to this spring. So it's just kind of a fun way to just talk about what you're looking forward to. Now, I said I love summer, but not everybody loves summer. So you might be like, I hate the summer. I'm not looking forward to the heat or the humidity. You can find something you're looking forward to everywhere. You just gotta look, right? So maybe you love fresh flowers, and they're seem to be widely available in the summertime. Maybe you love fresh fruits and vegetables. Maybe you love artichokes. Maybe you love lots of peaches. Peaches, at least in our area, here in northern Utah, peaches big in August. So maybe you're looking forward to a new, I know. Well, we're way behind the times. We just started watching Bridgerton last month. But Bridgerton, right, just came out with, what did they come out with? Like the new season, but it was split in 2 and people were angry. Maybe you're looking forward to the next episodes of Bridgerton. Maybe you're looking forward to a sporting event. Maybe you're looking to watching golf on TV. Maybe your favorite author is releasing a new book. Maybe you're looking forward to a new collection that a scrapbook manufacturer is coming out with. So I think if you look hard, there are things that we can always find to look forward to, right? So that is our first list, things I'm looking forward to this summer. I am getting to the very end of my insert. Like I am literally last few pages. So what happens when I get to the end of an insert? This is a traveler's notebook insert that I use. It's a standard wide 5 by 8.25. When I start to get to the end, the pages will start to pop out. That's because it's so full here, right? So full. The pages start to pop out. I just keep working. Some of these pages I can literally, the signatures, right? I can just like literally pull out. The staples can only hold so much. So once this is entirely full, I deconstruct it, take it all apart, and then I make a new cover for it. So just a piece of scrapbook paper that I want to be a little bit wider so those pages don't stick out. And then I just hand stitch it with wax thread to kind of put it back together. So that is what I will do as soon as I am done with this one. When I get this deep into a traveler's notebook, for the most part, I start doing my list. I call it, I work off the page. So I'm not actually working in the traveler's notebook. I will be creating my list, the left and right side of my list, off the page with pattern paper. And then once they're done, I will go in and adhere them to the pages. So that is our plan. I need to start some white cardstock. This is a 2-page list. With a list like this, I usually like to decorate, at least what I've done in the past. If we were to look at the idea book from both years, all of the things I'm looking forward to lists are always a 2-pager. On the left is my list, and on the right is just, some fun decorating. So that is the plan. The collection that I am using is, let me grab my trimmer. Collection I am using is Summer Snapshots from Simple Stories. That's what you see here. As I mentioned earlier, you will find links to pretty much everything that I'm working with in the description box of the video down below under the what I'm using. So there's a special little page on my website for what I'm using. Before we start here, let me look at my little sketch because I did sketch it out ahead of time. Sometimes I'm such a great artist. Like, really, did you even know I was that talented? Like you can totally imagine what that's going to look like, can't you? Yeah. So 2-page list. My right-hand page is going to primarily be a photo. Left page is where I will do my writing. So in both cases, I know I want to have background. So let's take a look at what the background might be. Let me move these guys off to the side. This, I love this paper. I love that horizontal chunky stripe. What will happen is I will pretty much lose all of those words. If I work with that page, I will pretty much lose all of those words, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Hello, Betty, watching live from Canada. Nice to see you. Yes, lots of Canadians. Always have lots of Canadians. Love that. Love it, love it, love it. All right. Oh, Wanda, I just saw something Wanda said. I don't love summer, but I love life. So I'm always happy about something. What an amazing attitude, Wanda. Like, seriously, we all should have an attitude like that, right? Because, you know, there's always something that we can find, right? Always silver lining, for sure, always silver lining. Scrapbook says they're not a summer fan, but she loves cherry season. There you go. Nancy said fresh produce. See, we can totally find something. Tabitha says she highly recommends reading the Bridgerton books too. Hi, Tabitha. Yes, a little steamy, right? Show's a little bit steamy, isn't it? Eva said she's so excited she finally caught the live. I'm excited to have you, Eva. All right, so left side, maybe this, maybe. Let's just start thinking. That could work, right? This kind of, so this is a, that is Coronado in San Diego. And this kind of reminds me a little bit, well, like this, it kind of looks a little bit like a little umbrella there, a beach umbrella. So those two could work together possibly. Stripe, I like the stripe, but that's 2 stripes, that's too much, right? And as I'm working, I like to go through my thought process. So I think sometimes it's helpful to hear why someone picks one thing versus the other. So as I'm basically thinking out loud as I am going through things. I haven't picked paper yet, but that's kind of what I'm doing. So too much stripe, right? Too much stripe. And if I didn't want to lose this, I could substitute. This could be my left page, or this one could be my, maybe I use that for my left page and save this for something because it's so good. I keep gravitating towards these flowers. It might be those two. We'll see. We shall see here. I think that's what we're gonna do. There's not a we'll say. There's not a we'll see. We're just gonna go, right? We just gotta go. So I start out by trimming my background papers. These are both backgrounds to 4 3/4 inches wide. These are papers from the Summer Snapshots 6x8 paper pad. And 6x8 paper pad is primarily what I use when I am doing anything in my traveler's notebook. 6x8, and then your traveler's notebook insert, at least the ones that I offer and the ones that I manufacture and the ones I use, are standard wide, 5 by 8.25. So if I'm working with a 6x8 piece of paper, that is very little waste, right? I have very little waste. It's nice size, and the scale of the pattern is scaled down for a smaller piece. If I was looking at this in a 12x12 paper, it would be the same design, but those flowers would be much bigger on a 12x12 than they are on a 6x8 because that pattern is scaled down. Another reason why it kind of helps to use smaller paper. So starting with that, I trim it to 4 3/4, so then there's a little white border all the way around. So we decided on that, and I think this is the guy that I want to use. So let's do it. 4 3/4. Now this little piece that you, if you're working with 6x8, those little pieces, those strips that you have left over, do not throw those away, right? We find a way to use them, and we did that last week or 2 weeks ago when we were together. That is the piece that I cut off. So you can always kind of figure out a way to join your left and right side if you want by using kind of that piece that you cut off, right? So if I did that, then there you go. So those are fun to save. Alrighty, so now we need to do our little background. Now I don't think I need any background paper for this. This is a 5x7 photo that I printed. on my Epson PictureMate PM400. So I need to narrow this down a bit, right? I need to narrow this down. So if that's 4 3/4, maybe if I make it like 4 1/4 wide. So I need to take off a little bit from each side. There we go. And there we go. All right, now I have my white border on the top, but I need to take off that white border, and then you're probably gonna think I'm crazy when I do this. I didn't really, if I had thought about this before, I just printed this a few minutes before we started because I decided I wanted to add a photo to this one. I feel like I need to have a little bit of I feel like I need to have just a little bit of a white border. So again, like I said, if I had thought about this ahead of time, I would have printed this with a white border so that I'm not, doing this. I do want it to be shorter. There's a reason that I want it shorter, and I'll show you that in a sec. So let's just take some of our white cardstock here, and I just want a little teeny thin white border. Oh, I need my adhesive. All right, so how's everyone doing this lovely Saturday, first day of June? Are you happy that it's summer? Well, that's assuming you're in, you are in the Northern Hemisphere. I know we have some Southern Hemisphere-ers, although it's still pretty early. Like we usually have some ladies from Australia and New Zealand, and it's still pretty early there yet. So, if it is, just tell me, are you looking forward to the new season? If you're in North America, then we're looking at summer. North America, not North America. If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, then you're looking forward to summer. We're just kind of moving from spring into summer. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere, you are moving from summer into autumn. So tell me, are you excited about the change in season? Or are you like, man, not so much? I get it. If you live in a humid climate, let me tell you, like Kathy said, 103 in Phoenix, but what Kathy has going for her and what I have going for me and anyone else here in Utah, we are Utah high mountain desert, which means it's hot, but it is extremely dry, no humidity at all. I don't even know how you guys survive in the humidity. Like I am like in awe of the people that figure out how to have any kind of hair in the humidity. Mine would be like up all the time. All right, so I just added a white border, and that white border just helps to kind of separate and offset that photo from kind of blending in a little bit too much to the background. I need my corner rounder. Let me grab that. My little corner rounder. I like to round the outer corners because when this goes into the insert, my corners of my insert pages are rounded, so I kind of like to have rounded corners. So that's what we're going to do here. We will round these two outside corners. Let's see. Wanda said, I finally have a collection that you're actually using. Yay, me. Yes, so this is Summer Snapshots from Simple Stories. I love it. It is so fun. It is so bright and cheery. I have to show you. I can only show you one thing, though, because this is the only part that's done yet. This is my newest mini book project kit that is up for pre-order right now. This is using Summer Snapshots. Is that not? It's just such a fun collection. Good for any kind of summer. But look at the bee I found. So the bee is part of the kit. Look at that giant little like 3D resin bee. So fun. So fun. All right. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Those will start shipping hopefully in about 2 weeks. I've literally had my head down doing nothing other than all week getting ready. Well, getting ready for that TV segment on Monday. All right, so that photo is Hotel Del in Southern California, in San Diego, on Coronado Island. I think that like we talk about the perfect temperature, that if I had my choice, if Utah could be about 70, 75 degrees year round, I would love it. At a beach, and then I'd be totally happy. I think my perfect place is probably San Diego, just because of the weather. Oh my gosh, that's quite tart. Hydration break, friends, really quick. So if you need a hydration break, then you should do it. Zen Girls said no humidity in Denver. Zen Girls, couple gals here from the Colorado, Denver-ish area. Gloria Ann said she's watching while she's enjoying lunch on her desk. A beautiful day in central Connecticut. Looking forward to summer and trips planned. Dawn loves the summer and hates the humidity and the bugs. So don't be jealous, but no bugs here either. I don't know. It took me years. I'd be watching HTV for years, and I'm like, why do all those people have those screened porches over their pool? I don't understand. And then you go to Sarasota, Florida in July, and you're like, oh, now I understand why you have to have like screen porch over your swimming pool. All the bugs, right? Yes, Karen Haynes, Denver area. All right, so here we go. There's my left side, and I'm just kind of working with the left side right now, I guess. Sometimes I add photos to my list, sometimes I don't. I would say I probably more often do not add a photo than I do add a photo. And I think the reason for that is because there's cases where I don't have a photo for something, right? I mean, of course, I have a photo from a summer that I could find and put here. There's a reason why I use this photo, because we're going to go back here in September. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to. But sometimes I think if we don't have something, it stops us from doing something. So if you feel like you need to add a photo to everything and you don't have a photo, that may stop you from making a list or making a scrapbook page or making, you know, whatever you would work on that may require a photo. So I'd say probably more often than not, my list don't have photos. So I don't let that stop me, right? I don't let that stop me, but this time photo. All right, sticker book. Where is the sticker book? What did I do with it? Oh, here it is. All right, so sticker book, Simple Story sticker books, 12 sheets. So this one has 469 stickers. So many good things that you can do with a product like this. So as I was looking at this morning and figuring out maybe what I wanted to do for the right page, I saw this little sticker, this Hello Sunshine. So it is right here. And I thought, oh, that would be really fun to use. So what I thought I would do, let's see if it works. I thought it might be fun to have this hanging kind of off the bottom of the photo, not the top. I thought it might be kind of fun off the bottom. The reason why I thought not the top is my title is going to be over here. And I didn't want to do like something here and have it kind of be like this big strip. So I thought, well, maybe if we do down here, it might be kind of fun. So that's my thought. That is my thought process. I want to be careful as I pull this off because there's lots of like little parts to it. Well, not parts to it, but I don't want it to rip. I'm going to take my tweezers. It's a pretty long sticker and I can work with it a little bit easier with my tweezers. So I thought I could probably just put this right down here along the bottom. I don't think, well, let's look. We know we don't want it up here. We could do it up there, but then we kind of lose the ocean. I mean, it could, maybe instead of along the bottom, maybe it goes about right here. I think we should do it. Let's just do it. Let's do it. We're going to do it. There we go. There's my Hello Sunshine. That is one of the things I'm looking forward to this summer, sunshine. I love the sun. Love the sun. Love the sun. All right. Although I really don't spend, well, not like I was in high school when you'd lay out on the lawn with a tinfoil blanket and you'd put baby oil all over your body and then fry. I don't spend time like that in the sun anymore. They have the best, like self tanners, you know, like the foam tanner. That's just, I do that a couple times a week, probably twice a week during the summer. And they're so good anymore. They don't look orange at all. And you just look nice and tan. And it's funny because it's like, to me, and this is probably just my era, my generation, I feel like I look more healthy when I'm tan, when I have a little bit of color, right? But these days with, you know, skin cancer and vitamin D is good for you, but baking yourself in the sun for hours, not so good for your skin. I can still look healthy. It's just pretend tan, not real tan. Yeah. Lindsay, most are saying, love the sunshine, hate the humidity. The one that I use, I think it's called Bondi Beach. Bondi Beach. I use that and then the Saint Tropez one. But the Bondi Beach, they just had it at Costco. I think you can get it at Ulta too, but it's really good. And Bondi Beach is actually a place in Australia that I went to. Oh my gosh, when I worked for Scenic Route. So probably in 2006, maybe a long time ago. But yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. All right, now I'm going to, you guys know me and my outlining, right? I outline everything. And when I say I outline everything, I didn't even talk about what I was doing, but I just took my little black pen, my little black Sharpie, and drew an outline around the perimeter, or I guess within the perimeter of that page. And that's just me. I just do that on everything. I would also like to do that to my photo. So I've grabbed a different black pen. I've exchanged my Sharpie for this Zig Photo Signature pen. Zig Photo Signature pen. It is designed to write on photos. Okay, it's designed to write on photos. Now, on this photo, you really can't, I mean, I'm writing on it in that I'm outlining it. But sometimes I use one of these pens to actually write on the photo itself. And I will show you what I mean by that. So there we go. Just did my little outlining on that photo. Just kind of helps it stand out a little bit. You definitely see it kind of down there towards the sidewalk. This one, I think it's in, let's see. Let's look in the table of content. No, not table of contents. I'm going to look at this, what I love about dogs. So these are all the list topics from 2023. What I love about dogs, page 38. So in this particular list, what I love about dogs, when I was growing up, we had Old English sheepdogs. I do not have a dog. When I was in Houston last year with Amy, we were shopping and this man had this dog. This dog's name was Henry. He had his own Instagram page. Anyhow, you can see I did a little journaling right there on the photo using that pen. Let me make sure. Yeah, you can see that. A little bit of journaling. So I wrote on the photo. That's like the sidewalk. So in a lot of cases, if you're trying to figure out if you want to write on a photo and you're trying to figure out maybe where would be a good place to write on a photo, if you are kind of keeping that in mind as you're taking a photo, I think something like this would be really fun. Here's another version, another copy of the photo. It would be really fun if I wanted to do my journaling. Look how cool it would be if I did my journaling right there in that little sidewalk area. Or if I wanted to write a little quote about summer and wrote that in that little sidewalk area. Now, I wasn't thinking about that when I took the photo last year. I just liked how kind of everything framed kind of that sidewalk going to the ocean. But if you are thinking about composition and thinking about how you're taking a photo and you want to write on a photo, that's a good kind of, sometimes the ground is a good spot. Like in that dog photo, I was writing on the sidewalk, or sometimes to the sky, right? So I could, if I wanted to, I could do writing all in here and I could do something really cool. Anyhow, if you want to write on a photo. But my writing there was just, I just outlined the photo. Yes, Kathy said you could stamp on the sidewalk too. Now, if you want to stamp on photos, you need to use a special kind of ink. If you use it's Stays On, Stayz, Stayz-on. I don't remember which one. That is a stamping ink that's designed particularly for stamping on different types of surfaces, like metal or a glossy surface like that. So if you want to play around with stamping on different surfaces, don't use like a vintage photo that you only have one of. Take a photo that maybe you have multiples of and just kind of play so you know the right type of ink, if the ink that you have will work or not, if you like the way that it looks. Yeah, okay, that's a lot of talk about writing on a photo. All right, so we're kind of starting over here. Now we need to move over to this side. And I obviously will not write my list on there, although I could. So this piece of paper, if I wanted to, there are enough places, these little lines, that I could be writing, things on my list. I won't do that. We've done something kind of similar to that before. But if you wanted to do something like that, it would probably be more suited maybe in a pattern like this, where you have a little bit more room for each of the sections. And that would be kind of a fun idea too. If this was the other part of your list, You could trim this down, and maybe you have 1, 2, 3, maybe your title goes up here and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that you're looking forward to, and they could go in each of the colors. Or maybe you have 5 categories of things that you're looking forward to. So that's actually what my list is going to be today. It's going to be, I've kind of categorized into 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll be kind of doing 4 little things over here. But now this could be kind of fun, right? You guys get where I'm going with that? You know what? We're just gonna kind of play here a little bit, right? We're going to play. So I'm going to maybe cut this off to 4 3/4. And I like having those words there. I'm not sure. This is a little bit outside of my comfort zone. Okay, this is a little bit outside of my comfort zone because generally I really like white. If you looked through pretty much all of my lists, white, that's not really white, 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 right? White's a comfort zone for me, right? So not finished. You generally don't see me ever write on pattern paper. It's out of my comfort zone, right? So, although here we did it. Look, we did it over there. Should we try it? I think maybe we should try it. I think we should just try it. Because it'll be interesting. We'll see, right? Now, I love it when this happens. So Lindsay said, I think I like the smaller stripes better. Flows better with the other side. So we'll see, right? And sometimes I get down a path and I'm like, yeah, don't really like that. Or yeah, I do like that. So there we go. There we go. Let's outline this. Oops, but I don't want to outline with my photo signature pen. I need to swap that out again. Photo signature pen, now I've got an idea. You really want to, with the photo signature pen, only use that for your slick surfaces. It kind of, because it's designed to write on a slick surface. If you're writing on, a matte surface, if you're writing on a matte photo, that's still slick. But if you're writing on like cardstock, it doesn't work very well. You can feel it kind of drag. So what I'm doing, I just grabbed a white paint pen. That's a Poshka white paint pen. I was going to start outlining in black, but then I have all the little white words there. So let's see what happens. I'm shaking this up. This is a paint pen. Just like a can of spray paint, right? There is liquid in there. It's not like ink. It is paint. So you can kind of hear like a little shaker ball in there. That's how I'm mixing up the paint. All right, so I want to get that nice and mixed up. And then it's been a little while since I have used this. So sometimes you have to press down on it. Nope, to get it to go, to get it to flow. We're good. So look, now that I have this little piece of paper, I can kind of get a feel for, yep, I need to press down on it. I can kind of get a feel for what it would look like. There we go. Then that just releases a little bit more ink, not pen, not ink. Oh my goodness. Hang on. It releases a little bit more paint, not ink. Now I've made a mess, friends, haven't I? All right, let's see if we like it. Are we going to like that? I think I kind of like the white. Let's do it. Don't mind that little splatter there. Unless I wanted to do splatters. So that white will show up really well on the darker, and the lighter that we get, the less it will kind of show, right? Once we get into the blush part, we won't see it very well. I think what I'm going to need to do, I think this little guy may be getting to the end of its life. Get that going again. I'm going to go over it twice just to make it a little bit more pronounced. I've been crafting for a long time, like my whole life. But when it comes to paper crafting or memory keeping or scrapbooking or whatever you want to call it, all the same what we do. I have tried about every white pen out there. And in my opinion, the paint pens work the best. Uniball Signo is a really great one. It's not a paint pen, it's white ink, but I find that it tends to dry out pretty quickly. And part of it may be the climate. Part of it may be the climate a little bit. Now, probably well, I'll come back to that. All right, I'll come back to that. So this is the part where it's going to get a little sketchy. This will either I'll love it or I'll be like, yep, nope, and we'll abandon ship and go our other direction. But it's okay to try, right? Totally okay to play. Sometimes we don't know until we try it. I need my title. And for my title, I'm going to use the All the Things stamp set. So the All the Things stamp set is kind of a buildable stamp set. And the way I design it, let me explain what I'm doing first. I take all of my stamps, every stamp in my stash, whether it's my personal stash, whether they're my mail by mail stamps or my Carrie Bradford stamps or anything. I take them out of their original packaging and I put them in the stamp storage sleeves. So 5x7, 4x6, 6x8, and 3x4. That's how I store all my stamps. Like there's my little basket for the ones I'm maybe using today. They're all in those little stamp storage sleeves. Now, the stamps, because the cover sheet is plastic and the backer sheet is plastic, sometimes the plastic of the stamp sticks to the plastic of the stamp sleeve. So I do mine with a piece of white cardstock. I pull it out of the back, put it into the front, and that kind of releases that little, the plastic sticking to plastic, and then that pulls right out. So that's what I'm doing. All right, so this buildable stamp set. You have a couple of prompts, my favorite things about, things I'd like to, and things I. So that's the first part of the buildable. And then you add, so my favorite things about fall, last month, this year, things I'm looking forward to next month, next winter, this spring, this summer, things I'd like to do over, things I'd like to remember, things I'd like to do again, things I'd like to forget. And then things I dislike, things I learned, things I remember, things I wish, things I appreciate, things I did well. So lots of kind of buildable by taking the prompts and then adding the handwritten words with it. So this is the stamp I usually use for things I'm looking forward to this summer. Now this is totally changed. If I go this route, it is totally changed, my design. Although, look at this little guy. Here's the deal. I have my 4 categories and I kind of still like to stick with my 4 categories. And so maybe if I put this guy maybe kind of right in here, and I'd somehow figure out how to do my title in here, then I have all of these things. So it's kind of fun, the things I'm looking forward to this summer. Blue skies, green grass, golden rays, sunshine kisses, starry nights. Those could totally be things we're looking forward to this summer, right? One more thing I'm going to say. Well, that's not true. Let's be honest. I'm going to say lots of things. If you like to do things like this, but this size is not your format. Traveler's notebooks are my thing. They've been my thing for about 8 years. But if Traveler's notebook is not your thing, don't let this format, stop you from playing. You could do this exact same list with this exact same product on a 12 by 12 spread, right? You can do your list over here. You could use journaling cards. You could, decide how you want to do your list and your title over here. And then over here, instead of 1 photo, you could have 3 photos or 4 photos, or you could use a pocket page and have lots of little photos. So pretty much everything that we do, even though I'm doing it in a Traveler's Notebook format, can be translated really into anything, a 6 by 8 mini book, 12 by 12 page, whatever it may be. Okay, so here we go. So we have this. Now, I could just say looking forward to. Let's see how much room we have. I may not have room for the things but let's see. Things I'm looking forward to this summer, right? This is also, actually, we do this 6 times a year. We do the 4 seasons. We do things I'm looking forward to this year. We do that at the very beginning of a new year. And then I always do things I'm looking forward to this Christmas. Looking forward to this summer. All righty, there we go. There we go. So we need stamping block. Let's get all of those things out. I think I need to use black just because, I'll be writing in black, but because I have all those different colors, even like a gray, I don't know even that a gray would really show up. And I think because I'm doing all my writing in black, I'm going to go with the black. Oh, stamping block, where are we? All right, now, when I stamp, I may do something a little bit different than you do. No right or wrong way to do things, whatever works for you. But I am pulling out a couple of different stamping blocks here. And there's a reason for that. I could put all of that together on one stamping block. And there's nothing wrong with that. So I'd probably start there, looking forward to, and then I would do the things and I would probably put that, I don't know, maybe right here. And then I could do this summer. And I could put that about right there. So I just built all of those together. I could do all of that in one stamp, right? I could do all that in one stamp. Generally for me, and this is just me, one of my little weird idiosyncrasies, I prefer to stamp those separately, individually. The reason I like to do that individually is because I can control how close each of those stamps are to each other. And when I stamp, I like my stamps to be a little bit closer together. So much easier if you do it this way. Basically, you're there and you're done, but I'm going to do them separately. So that's why I have a couple of different size stamping blocks. And that to me is really important. Having the right tool for the job. If you can, now you don't have to, if all you have is a large stamping block, that's kind of your lowest common denominator, you have to do with that. It works, this one works really well for this size, but if I'm trying to use this large stamping block for that little teeny stamp, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult because there's so much real estate for that one little stamp, trying to get it even and not squished and not rock it. Just so that's why I pulled out a couple of different ones. In fact, that one's probably a little bit too big too. Okay, so what I do, I put what I'm stamping on off to the side. I shouldn't say never. Anytime I do it, I regret it when I do it. I always try to, how about that? I always try to test stamp first. The test stamp first to me is super important, okay? Super important because I wanna make sure that there's no little lint or hair in my stamp, that I like the way it looks, that I've got it on there straight. Actually, I'm not gonna do that right there. I'm gonna move it. You'll see in a sec. So I always do a test stamp first. If you are new to stamping, I cannot recommend that enough. Take the extra minute and stamp on a scratch piece of paper. You learn so much when you are testing. You learn about how much pressure you need to apply. You learn what happens if you rock the stamp or if you apply too much pressure. The material will flatten out and it makes it kind of look really blurry. It's just a really good idea, in my opinion, to do a test stamp first. So you can find out a lot of things wrong. When you're testing, it's better to find out something wrong in a scratch piece of paper versus on your project, right? All right, looking forward to, and then we have this. This is also how I always come in and pick up the stamp. I think it's much easier to put the stamp on your surface and pick it up that way than to put, to place it on. So actually I would not do that one first. Let's put that one down for a second. I would do summer first because summer, I really should do summer first because summer, down here. If I do summer first, then I know where to place this. All right, so that one, I go, actually I put that down too low. There's too much white space for me in between. So I'd really rather probably have it about right there. Okay, so that I just figured out. When I do my real stamping, I need to make sure I'm considering that. And then, does this go right there? And then my little G is in between. I think that works. And then I have this little things on. Now, if I just wanted to do looking forward to this summer, and I may need to do that, right? I may need to do that because I don't have a ton of room here. We better play. I think we better play and figure out where this is going to go because I have this little guy that I'm working with and I really want to use that little guy, even if he's bleeding off the page a little bit and if I have to trim off some of that sun, but I do want him kind of moving partially into that light blue area. So if we have, Looking forward to. What if I just did, I mean, I really don't, I could do things let's just do this. We're just going to go. We're going to go. I'm going to, actually, let's turn this over. I think, at least for me, I feel like I have a lot more control of ink placement if I'm applying ink to stamp versus stamp to ink. Now, sometimes if you're on a little tiny stamp, you need to reverse it. But, so if we go, let's see, if we go right here. I feel like, there. I just did it. We'll hope let's hope where we want it. Let's hope that's where we want it. Looking forward to. Now, it's always weird for me when I see that. I'm like, well, I just could have written that. Like, why did I go to all the, that's my handwriting. But yeah, we're stamping it. Looking forward to. Yeah, I like that little guy. I think is going to be so fun there. That little seagull makes me so happy. Well, okay, if you're from California, seagulls probably do not make you happy. Because they're kind of what people, some say they're like flying rats, right? We have seagulls in Utah. Seagull is the state bird of Utah. You probably didn't know that. All right, so summer. I'm going to move this a little bit more towards me so that I can have a bird's eye view, right? If I'm up here trying to stamp, this is far away from me. If I move it a little bit closer to me, then I kind of have a little bit more of a bird's eye view. So I'm just going to move that down a bit so it's towards me. And let's do this. Summer. There we go. Looking forward to, and then we'll do this on the other side of the G. And then I can still do my things there's enough room if I want to put that up there. Stamping. I have been stamping a lot. I think I'm still a fairly new stamper within the last 4 years. Okay, I really got into stamping during the pandemic, especially the beginning of the pandemic, right? Lots of time on my hands. And there are a lot of things I learned. There are a lot of things no one told me. I still keep saying I'm going to do a like stamping tip strip trick, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Stamping tips, tricks, and techniques video. Short, I'll put them maybe into short little segments. But there are some things that if you know when it comes to stamping, it makes your life so much easier. Number one, test everything first. Number two, ink matters, right? Depending on the look that you're going for, you may want a dye-based ink versus a pigment-based ink. I will pretty much exclusively use pigment-based inks, the Distress Oxides, because I like the look of them. They're kind of a chalky, I get really good, like solid coverage, in my opinion, when I am stamping with a Distress Oxide or a pigment-based ink. Now, that's just me, and I don't do any kind of mixed media at all. So I know for me, for what I like to use ink for, that's the kind of ink I like. But there's things that you learn, right? If you don't really know, and if you've never practiced with one or the other, until you practice, you know what they say, practice makes perfect, right? I never, ever would attempt to stamp sitting down. And that's me. Let me just put this lid on here for a sec. If you are sitting down, even if you're standing up right now, if you can sit down, sit down. When you put your arms like this, and I'm like kneeling now because you can, I'm kneeling, not kneeling. I'm crouching. I'm crouching down. My knees are bent. When you're sitting, your arms, I call these your little T-Rex arms when you're sitting. Your arms have no range of motion when you're sitting. Like I can go maybe this high and then go down, right? If I'm standing, my range of motion, I have so much more leverage with my arms. Like I can literally start up here instead of all the way down here. So leverage when you're stamping to me is really important. I always stand when I'm stamping. And you know what? If you're playing, try. Sit down and stamp, stand and stamp. See how it feels. The other thing super important, hard surface. And that may seem like a really dull, Lil, but hard surface. If you ever go to a crop and you're working on like one of the folding tables, I don't recommend you try to stamp on one of those. There's too much give, right? They're meant to fold. So there's too much give. You want something that'll give you a lot of resistance back, okay? I won't I won't talk about, well, if we use a new stamp in one of the next ones, we'll talk about priming or conditioning your stamps, because that's something that is super important that I just had to learn the hard way. But I think that helps a lot too. But if we use one of the new stamps, we'll do that. All right, so things I'm. I think my little things I'm can just go right here. Things I'm. There we go. Things I'm looking forward to this summer. All right. Blue skies. Yes. Blue skies. If you're from Utah, northern Utah, Salt Lake City, even like a little bit south, Provo up to like Ogden. So south, north, Salt Lake, in between. In the wintertime, we get something called inversion. And you do not see the sky. Well, you see the sky, but it's gray. But it's not like gray, like June gloom or the marine layer that needs to burn off, right? It's not like that. It's like nasty, gross smog that gets stuck in the air because we live in a valley and there's mountains on both sides. So when you talk about blue skies, yes, definitely looking forward to blue skies. Very quickly before I continue on, I need to clean the stamps, right? That is a really good habit to get into. Clean them and put them away right away when you use them. That way that they are ready for you next time you're ready to use them. So I'm just taking a little stamp chamois and just cleaning those off, right? So it's just a chamois it's just damp, right? Just water. And I can just clean those off and put them right back on the sheet. If you are, let's say I was going to stamp the word summer again somewhere else, and I was going to change color and I wanted to use blue. Actually, let's say I wanted to use yellow. Really important that not only do you clean between colors, which is very obvious, right? But if you are using a pigment-based ink, like a Distress Oxide, you need to make sure that that stamp is thoroughly dry, like 100% dry after you cleaned it. If it is not 100% dry, your Distress Oxides, your pigment-based inks, are water reactive. So if there's still a little bit of water or moisture on your stamp, and then you go and put a color on there and stamp, it could be reacting with the water. And reacting with the water means it could play with the color. Now, if you mean to do that, then it's awesome. But if you didn't mean to do that, and you're like, what the heck is happening? My green, my blue turquoise now has these little green swirls in it. And why did it do that? And I don't like that. It's because your ink is reacting to the water. So you want to make sure to dry it. And I didn't worry about drying those because I'm done with them for this list. So that's good. And then also, good idea to put them away right away, because some of your stamp sets have little teeny stamps on them, right? Little teeny guys. And if they have little teeny guys and you don't get them put away right away, they tend to want to go explore the world. And they may end up on your dog's paw in a month, right? Yeah, so good idea to just put your things away. And I have to do that while we're working. Sometimes I'll just take them and throw them on the floor, but I should just put them away. So there we go. All right, let's get this little guy down because he is just the cutest. It's just that little sun and seagull and cloud is so cute. And then it kind of helps us fill in that it kind of is helping us move visually from the pink where we didn't do anything with to now our title and then my 4 little sections below. Okay, this one is going over the edge a little bit, and I don't like things to stick out of my traveler's notebook, so I'm just going to have those bleed off the edge, right? So I'm just cutting off the little excess. There we go. Okay, now let's every once in a while I like to bring back the other page. Let's find where that went. I need this still for a minute. Where did it? Oh, here it is. All right, bring back the other page. Okay. Now we're ready for my 1, 2, 3, 4 sections. I've kind of grouped the things I'm looking forward to into topics, right? Into topics. So what I thought I would do, I thought I would use, this is brand new stamp set as part of the May release. This is the Summer Mini Icons stamp set. So this is, I think, the 5th in a series. There's fall, Christmas, fall, holiday, winter, love, spring. Oh, travel. Oh my gosh, this is the 7th in the series. So the mini icon stamp sets are all 3x3 sets. with at least 12 little mini icons themed for the, this is summer, and then a little definition. So this little guy says, summer, a time to unwind, relax, and enjoy the simple pleasures of life. What I thought would be fun is maybe I'll add okay, so hang on. I've got a couple of ways I can do this. Yeah, no, I could do one, each above that the little white words, but I don't think I want to do that. I think I'd like to do one and then, write whatever it is I'm looking forward to in that section. So let me look and see if my little topics are family, concerts, travel, and then basically just outdoors. So I think I'll probably let me just pick my favorite ones on here. I love this little one, that little drink. We have to use a little like lemonade or adult beverage or whatever, fill in the blank. I love the little sun and cloud, even though I have that there, that's okay. I love the lemon. I think the lemon's just so cute, even though it doesn't really apply to anything that is on my list. And then I like the little beach. I think I need the little beach. No, actually, I'm going to do this little tree for outside instead of the little lemon. Lemon's cute. I'll use lemon another time for something. Or it could be a lime, I guess. And then this one, that little kind of beach umbrella. Those are the 4 I am going to use. Now, let's figure out what goes where. Maybe this one. Family. And then outdoors down here with a little cloud. And then I'm just looking at my list over here. Well, we have now concerts and travel. Oh wait, this is outdoors. This little tree is outdoors. Let's do that. And then we have concerts and travel. We'll put travel right there. And then, oh no, we need concerts. Concerts will be the beverage. Now that I'm looking at this one, well, you can't really see it. That one, the little sun and cloud, I think I'm not going to use that because I have the little sun and cloud there. So what if we do just a little butterfly? I think the butterfly would be cute. We'll do butterfly. I mean, they're just all fun icons, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I know I'm still, all right, there's something I'm going to try. I have this mess still here. I am going to do something. Watch this. I'm going to just take this little piece right here, and I'm going to stamp on this little piece to decide if I like it over here or over here. That's an easy way for me to try without committing. Now, I have all these different size stamping blocks that I have pulled out so far. And I have smaller, right? And these are smaller stamps. So if I have an assortment of sizes of stamping blocks, if you are a stamper, I think that is one of the best investments, and they're not expensive, but I think that's one of the best investments that you can make is a variety of sizes of your stamping blocks. If you have, small, medium, and large, or extra small, small, medium, and large, I think it just is another thing. It's a tool that'll make your life easier. Not necessary, not required, but, make your life a little bit easier. So these little guys come in a set. There's 2 little round ones that I have on my website. I've got all kinds of things. So do we like it here? And then I do my writing. Oh, hello, Reggie. Hi. Oh my gosh, did you guys hear him? He startled me. This is funny. So if you know cats or if you don't know cats, let's just, we're gonna squirrel for a minute. All right, we're gonna squirrel. I have to, oh my goodness. Reggie, get in your bucket. Get in your bucket. Get in your bucket, buddy. Come on. Did you guys see that? He made an appearance. All right, hang on. We're gonna squirrel for a minute. This is just, we're just all friends hanging out, having fun. We're squirreling for a minute. That's scatter. So if you know cats or if you don't know cats, cats like to hunt, right? Cats like to hunt squirrels and birds and squirrels. Yes, I really mean squirrels. We had at our last house, one of our cats brought a squirrel to the back porch. Mice, different things like that. And the reason they like to hunt them, but it's their way. Deborah, hello, my friend Deborah's starting a new chapter of her life. She is moving from Washington State to Southern California. I'm so happy for you, Deborah. Deborah just popped on. She's Beach Gal and said she and Joshua are listening from the car. So they're literally driving right now. So hello. Hello, hello. So fun to have you pop in, Deborah. So back to cats. Cats, a lot of times when they hunt, like if they hunt mice, they like to bring them to you. And that's their cat's way of saying, I love you. I love you, right? They bring you things. So Reggie, Sam's cat, that is now our cat, is an indoor cat. He doesn't go outside. We live right up against the mountains and coyotes and things like that. So yeah, indoor cat. He still hunts. He hunts bubble wrap. He hunts the air pillows that if you order something from Amazon and they pack air pillows in your box. He also hunts bubble envelopes, and he brings them to you. And when he brings them to you, so the cat's not that big. He puts this thing in his mouth. Don't worry, if you order, we don't give. He has a set group of these that he can get at, not the ones that your orders come in. But he puts it in his mouth and he brings it to you, and then he drops it at your feet and he meows. So Reggie's not much of a talker, but there was really loud if you could hear him. That's big for him. And I look down and this is at my feet. He's telling me he loves me. He's brought me a little envelope. Yeah. All right. Anyhow, so I was deciding, wow, that was way off topic, but you know what? That's just part of things, right? If we were all together in person, we would be working, we'd be playing, but we'd be chatting and we'd be getting off on tangents and we'd be running to get food and getting coffee or whatever. So it's just like we're together. It's just that, I'm standing in a room talking by myself and to myself. All right, so I can decide there, or I'm also going to, let's just put this little guy on the other side and we'll see, we'll do this one, let go, and see if we like it on the left or the right. Sometimes it's just hard to tell, right? Sometimes it is hard to tell. Now, if I do it this way, I have to put something over blue skies and I also have to put something over summer memories, right? And so here's the deal. I kind of have to figure this out right now. I kind of have to figure it out because I need to write my things I'm looking forward to. So I kind of need to figure out where I want that to go. So, friends, what are we thinking? Do you like it there or do you like it over there? What do you guys think? I need some input. Yeah, Julie, Reggie wants the squirrel, literally. And the squirrel was quite large that our last cat brought to the back door. And then one of the boys had to deal with it. One of the boys had to deal with it because I was not prepared to deal. Let's see. Eva said, I'm going to an event in Utah end of July. They said to fly into Vegas and it's a 3-hour drive. Can't wait. Where is it in Utah, Eva? I'm just curious. Stamp on the right side above the writing. Gerda's saying she likes it over here. Yeah? Should we just do it that way? Over the text. All right, there's 2. We're doing it. So if I'm going to do blue skies, then guess what? We might as well. Okay, we're going to use lots of them then. Since we have the green on, let's do the green first. Green is going here. Okay, there's my little butterfly. And, oh, Linda said left. Too late. No, not too late, Linda. I'd already done it. I'd already done it. Hello, Jennifer N. from Farmington Hills, Michigan. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. Eva's looking it up. Yeah, let me know. I'm curious. I'm curious the town where you are going to be. Like if you're going to any of the national parks, Southern Utah has 5 national parks, and they're all amazingly beautiful. And they're all in Southern Utah. Then, yeah, people always say, oh, yeah, if you're going to the national parks and you're, flying in, you're better off flying into Vegas and then driving. All right, so this little guy will go here. How about anyone else? Travel? Do you have travel plans? Are you looking forward to traveling this summer? Are you looking forward to like a particular food that only kind of comes out this time of year, which generally is, like fresh fruits and vegetables, right? Produce. I'll be telling you very soon about what I am looking forward to. You'll know all about it. You will know all about it because I will tell you. I don't know. Summer memories might not have anything above it. We'll see. That's something I can always add later. So sometimes I have an idea in mind of what I'm going to do, right? Sometimes I do. Now what's interesting, I'll show you my little sketch in a minute. It definitely had a different idea in mind, but it's still kind of the same concept because I was going to use the in the box stamp set for my little blocks, but now I kind of have just these little natural blocks. Okay, hang on. I had the tree ready to roll and I stopped because this is what the tree looks like. The tree looks like this. And I felt like the tree being, they both kind of look, they're very similar, right? So I feel like I need to separate those. I'll put those somewhere else. Zen Girls is looking forward to camping and drive-in movies. Oh, that's fun. That is fun. Lindsay, your town's little homecoming parade, fireworks tonight, and a carnival marks the beginning of summer. Oh, that's so fun. Heather is not looking forward to the heat in Texas. And guess what, you guys? Guess what? You could totally flip this list upside down and you could be doing things you're not looking forward to, right? Because guess what? Life, right? There's things that we're not looking forward to. Life isn't always sunshine and rainbows, right? So you could do a list about what you're not looking forward to. Heather said, but that's more time for listing and scrapbooking. Exactly. You could kind of do a things I'm not looking forward to, but makes it that I can do the things I'm looking forward to, right? Okay. All right. We need 3 more. We can do a little, we've got this little, let's see what we want to do. We have ice cream. We have this little van. I love this little van. I think this little van is so fun. It's like a little surfer van, like a little Volkswagen Bug, right? Oh, I've kind of been testing, but on my little scratch paper over here, there's my little van. Oh, it's so cute. And we've got to decide what other 2 we want to do. So, I don't know. I think I'm going to wait. I think I'm going to wait on the other 2 because I'm kind of hesitant about doing it up there. We'll see. But now I can stop, right? I can stop what I'm doing and I can write the things on my list and then I can come back and decide if I want it there. All righty. So, you know what's interesting, you guys? In this collection, and actually I'm going to use this same collection for another list today that has nothing to do with summer. So really, that floral pattern, that rainbow really has nothing to do with summer. One of the things I love about Simple Stories is that their collections a lot of times can go multiple ways. So they're very themey in some cases, like we want them, but in other cases you can pull stuff out that's not themey at all. All right, I don't know, you'd think I'm in a room that's like 800 feet by 800 feet. When I lose things, I'm like, where did that go? It can't be that far. Heather says she likes flipping an idea. So a lot of times we'll do I call it like an opposites attract. So things I'm looking forward to, not looking forward to, although we've never really done that. Things that like how people are alike and how they're different. Good habits, bad habits. There's a whole section, I think, in the first idea book called Opposites Attract, where you're like comparing things like that, which is kind of a fun thing to do. All right, so the things I am looking forward to. The first section, family. So, actually, okay. Jack and Kat, his girlfriend. Jack's our older son. And Kat. So this is interesting. I was writing and talking at the same time, and I was talking about something different than I was writing. And sometimes this happens. Jack and Kat having. Well, Jack and Kat having is not what I meant to say. I meant to say have been coming. And my mind took have been coming and it made it a contraction. Having. Have been coming is now having. So now I need to think about that. Jack and Kat having, okay, having time off from work And school means time for another summer visit over the 4th of July. We always, and I'm just writing off the top of my head, we always enjoy having them here. And a chef in the house, that's Jack. I say, Jack, here's my credit card. Jack, go to the store and you're cooking tonight or whenever. So that's kind of fun. I feel like I need to do just a little bit of an I don't know, I hope I don't regret this. Just a little bit of an underline here, just to kind of break up that title a little bit. Oh, okay. Now I need to do 2 of them because now it looks, there's just kind of like this weird space there. So it just kind of looks a little odd. Yeah. And so I probably should have done that with pencil first, and then I would have said, oh, I don't like it, but it's done. So now we make it work. So a little bit better. It's okay. I probably wouldn't have done that again, but that's all right. Okay, so that's the first thing. Family time, right? Having Jack and Kat in town. Eva, Zion National Park. Oh, you are in for a treat. That's going to be amazing. It is so beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful. Even if you're not going to the national park, that area of southern Utah is stunning. Okay, number two, looking forward to live music. Live music during the summer makes me so happy. On the schedule, so we saw Kane Brown about 2 weeks ago. Oh my goodness, he's amazing. Actually, there were 3. Parmalee, if you're into country music, Parmalee, oh my goodness, what is his name? Tyler Hubbard. One of the guys from Florida Georgia Line. Both Parmalee, amazing. Florida Georgia Line, Tyler Hubbard, amazing. And then Kane Brown, amazing. Anyhow, so I'm kind of really into this country kick over the last couple of years. So on the schedule, Luke Combs, and that is next weekend, Luke Combs. Then end of June, I believe, we have in one concert, we have Little Big Town, Chris Stapleton, and George Strait. We saw them last summer in Denver, that same trio in concert. Oh my goodness, amazing. And they're going to be in Salt Lake. So Luke Combs, Salt Lake, outdoors. Little Big Town, Chris Stapleton, George Strait, outdoors in Salt Lake. And then one more outdoor. This one I'm not excited about it at all. Let's not even mince words. But is someone who's been on Nick, my husband, his bucket list ever since I've known him. And we've been married for 29 years, so probably 32 years. Neil Young. So Neil Young. On Nick's bucket list. So I'll go. Yeah. We are taking my mom and one of her friends to that concert. That's what we gave my mom for Mother's Day. So she's very excited. So Neil Young will be fun. Not into that at all, but it'll be fun because Nick just he loves them. Him, not them. All right, so next thing up, travel. If you know me, travel is a huge part of my life. It's a part of my business life, and it is a part of my personal life. And it's something that Nick and I both really, really enjoy. So we really work hard to make sure that we save so we can travel, and we work hard so we can take time off. So travel, travel, a few trips planned. So we have 1 or 2, hopefully, in Harvey. That's our Arby. I am meeting up with Vicky and Vicky's daughter and one of Vicky's daughter's friends in August, Las Vegas. We are going to play. We're celebrating her daughter Devin's 21st birthday, and we are going to go see Bruno Mars. I'm wondering, so that also is, duh, and then I also have to put Bruno Mars on here. That just kind of got finalized. Bruno Mars too. That kind of just got finalized, pulling the trigger today. So a few, 1 or 2 in Harvey. Let's see. Hopefully we'll be back in Priest Lake again with our friends. Priest Lake. That's in Idaho. Vegas with Vicky. Spokane for the 3 Craft Chicks retreat, to teach at that retreat in August. And then kind of winding down the summer back to Coronado in September for some beach time. And that is that photo. We were there last September, and that is looking at the ocean. All right, last thing on my list is outdoors. Outdoors, right? Summer, let's just see. Summer is my very favorite season. So whether it's spending time in the backyard in the early evening, going on e-bike rides, time, I guess outdoors with Harvey, the Arby. It feeds my little soul. All right. So there we go, you guys. There's my list, things I'm looking forward to this summer. This list is a little bit different than a lot of the lists I do, in that this list it's a little bit more journaling than maybe a bulleted list. So a bulleted list would be like this. This is this is more of a run-on list because it just kind of keeps running on. I use a little bullet stamp to separate each of the items on the list, but it's kind of a run-on list. This is a run-on list. Whereas this is more of a bulleted list, or if I was using numbers, a numbered list. This is a little bit more of a journaling list, right? So still list, it's a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that I'm looking forward to. In fact, let's see. So, well, I was going to say I could maybe find a way in each of these to focus on 1 or 2 words that kind of highlighted, but this doesn't really say family. This says live music right off the bat. That says travel, but then kind of time outdoors is down here. So anyhow, I'm just gonna, it's good. It's good. Now, I feel like I need something up here. Do you guys see that? So it's really heavy here, and then it continues, and then it's bottom heavy here. We kind of need to finish the visual triangle. Right now, we just have like kitty corner. So I think I need a little something up here. So let's find what might go up there. And I think for that, might as well go back to the sticker book and see what we might find. Let's look at the back, maybe to start. Flowers. It may be a flower. There may just be a flower in the air. Let's look. Let's look. Karen says she loves the type of list and uses it a lot. And that's a way, right? Even if you're like, well, lists really aren't my thing. Well, here we're kind of writing a little bit more. This is kind of heavy on the journaling side, right? It's a little bit heavier on the journaling side. So you just make it work, right? You make it work for whatever your style is. Let's see. Herman's Hermits, Wanda. That sounds fun. Your third time. Marilee, my daughter works for catering at SDSU, San Diego State University. Neil Young was her last event there before coming home. She was surprised how many college kids were attending the event. You know what? I'm sure it's going to be amazing. I mean, it's an outdoor concert at a smaller venue. And I think, yeah, I think it'll be good. But that's awesome. Did she like it? Did she like it? I mean, she may not have heard much of it, but Karen said concerts in the outdoors in Kansas. Okay, you guys, I'm not gonna put him down. I'm gonna let him do this because he's right there. He just jumped onto the table. He's standing there with the bubble mailer. I'm waiting to see. I mean, he's here. Look at. He's standing there with the bubble mailer in his mouth. Good boy, Richie. Good boy. Good boy. Normally he doesn't hang on to it for that long. All right, bud. You need to get down now. Come on. You gotta. Thank you. Okay, move. Okay, thank you. You're so good. Thank you. Yeah, okay, now move. Come on, go to your bucket. Sorry, friends, but that's just kind of fun to see, right? I know, isn't that funny with the mailer? He literally just, it's in his mouth, but that's how they show they love you. And frankly, I'd rather have a mailer than a dead mouse, right? Yeah. What's really funny is in the morning, sometimes we wake up and there's mailers all over the house. It's really funny. All right. Oh, yes. Sorry. I got so distracted. Now, I really liked this one, but I don't think this really works. Summer starts here. Because look at what it does. It's, I don't know. I mean, it could go there, but it's kind of pointing off the page. It kind of points off the page. I really kind of wish that it was, I mean, you could use it, but you'd have to use it kind of more down here, which doesn't really work because it doesn't solve the problem. And I like it that way, but that way, I don't know, the words are sideways. So let's look for just some things. That's way too big. Every summer has a story. Too big. Let me just look a little bit further. I'm going to grab, let's look at, those are the, what are those? Those are the summer Polaroid bits. We don't want those. These are the die cuts, but I've pulled out most of the die cuts. So there's a heart I could maybe use. Let's look at the journal bits. Anything in the journal bits? Ooh, maybe. This might be what we need. This might be what we need. Let me just grab a little tray here so I can shake these out and we can see what we have. All right, let's look. Let's look. Zen Girl said, darn, I have to pause to walk the dog. That's okay, Zen Girls, and you just come back, right? You just took a little break. All right, let's look, because it looked like maybe there was something fun in here that might work. But do we get why I'm looking for something? You guys see that? How we kind of have this, it needs something right there to complete that visual triangle. So that's what we're looking for. That is what we're looking for, but we don't need it to be huge, right? Nothing but blue skies. Something like that could work. Laying in the green grass, although we're not laying in the grass there, so it doesn't really work. No, too big. These are the journal bits. I'll move them a little bit forward so you can see, just as I'm going through here. Hello. All right, so hello is too much, right? It's too much with the little sunshine there. So I know there was something that I just saw when I was looking at the back of that package. I thought, oh, that will be good, but now I don't know what it was. Sunshine Kisses, no, that doesn't really work. Soaking Up the Golden Rays. That could maybe go up there. I wonder what it was that I saw. I have no idea now. I thought, oh, that would be perfect. Staying Sunny. If Staying Sunny could be like this, and it could just come off the edge of the page. No, okay, that doesn't work. You know why that doesn't work? staying sunny and sunshine. I basically said the same thing. We don't want that. So maybe nothing but blue skies. Let's look at. I just need a little something up there. It just needs a little something because yes, it's beautiful, but it needs a little something up there. Oh my gosh, he brought me another one. He's quite talkative today. I think I'm going to go back to, go back to sticker. And I'm just going to put a little flower sticker up there, I think. Or a little die cut. Linda said enamel dot. So Linda, enamel dot would be a great suggestion. I typically, in a traveler's notebook, don't do something that has dimension like that. And the reason for that is because when I turn the page and then I need to write on the next page, it kind of wreaks havoc. It wreaks a little bit of havoc because now it has, makes it kind of bumpy, right? Does that make sense? But absolutely, under normal circumstances, I think something like that would totally work. I don't know. It's just not, I might just have to let it sit and percolate. Usually what will happen is I'll come back to it the next day and I'll be like, oh, that's the perfect thing, right? So I think that is what we are going to do, unless, okay, look at, it could be totally subtle. We could just put a little word strip up there. Summer vibes only. Done. Okay, there we go. Now I don't have to come back to it. All right, so that is our first list. Let's go ahead and now put it into the insert. So the right page is really easy to do. The right page is easy to do because it's flat. We don't have all the past. Baggage, right? We don't have all the past now that's getting in our way. So let's start with the right page first. Right page will just slide right in there. Like so. Now, when it comes to the left page, we need to do a little bit more work here because there's so much that's happened in the past, right? This is totally curved. And if I try to just use my regular adhesive to put that down, that's what's going to happen. That will not stick. Gravity is going to make that want to pop up. Gravity is not our friend in that situation. So I need to grab some double-sided tape, some score tape. So super like heavy duty tape, right? And I just need to use that against or along, not against, that edge, which will be the right edge, right? Because that will help hold that down. And then while I'm at it, usually since I just have it out, I usually just put it all the way around. So double-sided score tape. This is 1/2 inch. It comes in like, all different kinds of sizes, but I pretty much just use half always. Okay, now, if you've ever used really sturdy double-sided score tape, it's good because it's really strong. It's bad in that basically you've got one shot. Wherever you put it, it's sticking. You're not getting it back up unless you do this. So I'm just going to reveal maybe 1/3, right? So I pulled back that little tab, not tab, I'm making a tab. Oh my goodness, you guys, he brought another one. He's awfully lovey today, Reg. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. All right. Okay, just don't make things fall. Oh, thank you. Usually he doesn't, he just leaves them on the floor. Thank you. Okay, get down. Wow. Thank you, Reggie. He's making a pile in the corner. Wow. All right, you guys are getting the full cat treatment today. The full cat treatment. Oh, Lindsay's saying, oh my gosh, the back side of that paper. I know, isn't that good? Those cameras, I love it. I love it. There's a new stamp set that if you like cameras, you might be pretty excited about. It's coming out in July. I'm just saying. It's already done. I have the little samples. All right. Okay, so what I've done is I've just revealed a little bit of the sticky and I've left all the rest of the protective. These pieces that I've kind of revealed, those are all little tabs now. So what I can do, I've rotated this. It's much easier for me when I rotate right-handed, right? So this is on my right-hand side. So what I want to do, I can start figuring out where I want this to go on the page. And because I've only revealed part of the sticky, that's pretty good. I've only revealed part of the sticky. I could move that around if I needed, all right? But it's pretty good. Now it's stuck, but it's only stuck at the parts where the sticky's been revealed. That gives me kind of some temporary movement. Now I've pressed down on it, so it's where it is. But if I've only revealed a little, I can move it around until it's where I need it to be, and then I can do that and just peel out that little stick. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. It's pretty close. This though is why it's so helpful, because now that part is going to, see how it just curves it just curves right around. We're not going to lose any of it. It's not going to, lift back up. My friend Joey taught me that. She works for Photoplay, and they do all the little folios. So you're kind of building your own mini book with score tape like that. So, all right, there we go. There is our things I'm looking forward to, the summer list. You guys, he's another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 that I can see. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Ruby. You have to tell them thank you, because they're basically telling you I love you. I brought you this. Last thing I need to do, I need to do a date. I have not added a date. To me, it's really important to add a date. So I think we'll just maybe write down here, June 2024. So now I've got a little reference point. I know that's June. All right. So I am going to put all of these things away very quickly. Okay. And then we will jump to our next list, because if I don't put this stuff away, although I don't want to put it too far away, because we are going to use this on the third list. So we'll just do this. We'll just kind of make a big stack here, and then we'll come back to all of this. We will be using this on our third list, which is what a day. What a day. All right, so if you're just getting started listing, this list that we just did, things I'm looking forward to, that's such an easy one to jump into. When people, are like, oh my gosh, okay, this listing thing, I'm really interested in it, but I don't know where to start. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know where to start? Well, I don't know where to start. Like, I don't know how to start. I'm like, well, just start. And they're like, no, that doesn't, I don't know where to start. I'm like, okay, pick a list topic. Well, I don't know what list topic to be. I feel like they have to be in order and chronological. I'm like, nothing I do is chronological, right? This one is, but last week we did, you're getting old when, or we might do my high school fashion. So we jump all over the board. So no constraints there. But you still say, well, I don't know where to get started. Things I'm looking forward to. That's a super easy way to get started. You can just start, open up an insert, or open up a notebook, or whatever you're making a list in, and there you go. Things I'm looking forward to. Okay, so now let's move on to our second list. Our second list is about last month. So we have been doing about last month now for 4 years, which means I have 48 of these, which means I can tell you, if I go back to, watch this, if I go back to about last month, page 18, if I go back to October of 2020, 3.5 years ago, I can tell you exactly what happened in my life, October of 2020. Let's see. I took my dad downtown to register to vote as a new Utah resident. Okay. I had avocado toast, not for the first time, but I had avocado toast that month. I had, October 2020 was the end of Schitt's Creek, the series, right? So I can go back almost 4 years and tell you exactly what happened in my life month by month. That's the whole idea about this. It is a super easy, guilt-free way of keeping up with your documenting, because all you're doing is making a list, okay? That's all you're doing is making a list. Pick some photos, make a list. This is what happened, and off you go. Now, sometimes when we're listing, I have, oh my goodness, that one took 2 hours. Well, it's been lots of chatting, right? Lots of chatting. Sometimes when we're listing, I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm running out of time, and so I don't finish a list. And I say, I'll finish that this afternoon. And then I still haven't finished this one. But I still know what happened in April because I have it written down in my little handy dandy workbook. But the whole concept behind About Last Month is you pair photos with the words. So here's some photos of things that happened in April. And then some photos, or then words, right? Just a run-on list of things that happened. And really, I put a little product and that's it, okay? Super simple. So that is what our next list is. Oh my gosh, how did I forget the stamp set? I have been doing, so the last 3 years, I have done a project kit with About Last Month. Do I have one of those up here? I don't think I do. I've done a project kit for About Last Month. So we basically, you buy the kit, it includes product, it includes the stamp set, and there's a class that goes with it, and we get your Traveler's Notebook. You can get it prepped kind of for every month of the year. You may decide to do it all up front, or you just have everything you need every month to do it. But in 2024, I'm using the About Last Month 2024 stamp set. So it is designed to help you make your list. Let me pull this little guy out. It's always a 6x8 stamp set because there's always a ton on it, or on them. This, like I said, this is the third one. There's a 22, a 2023, and a 2024. And they're not specific date-wise. It's just that's the year when they came out. So for this guy, we will use this one. And normally I am printing a photo and it is going on the right page. And then my list is going on the left. Every once in a while, I totally change it up. I had a lot of photos, a lot of kind of stuff in my About Last Month list. So for this one, I'm going to do something a little bit different than I normally do. I am going to create a pocket, okay? I'm going to create a pocket and I'm going to tuck all my photos in the pocket. So let's talk about the photos first. I have 3. Now, I forgot 2 things. I actually had 2 photos. Now, I don't remember what one of them was, but I remember one. I have a picture of my mom's dog that passed over the Rainbow Bridge yesterday. That I was going to put in one of these. So I will still make all of this, but I will end up reprinting one of these or maybe just add it. So lots of photos that I wanted to include. These are all 5x7 photos. Now you're looking at that going, Lael, how are you going to get all those in there? I'm going to make photo strips out of those. So these are all 5x7 photos. As you can see, these 2 have the same format for little photos. This one has 8 photos. I've printed all of these, even though there's 8 photos there, that's one 5x7 photo. I printed all 3 of these on the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer using the Epson Creative Print app. The printer is linked in the description box of the video down below. It is a printer that I use. I'd say 95% of what I print on that printer. Unless I'm doing something in like a 6x8 and I need a larger format or a 12x12 or something like that. That photo printer prints 5x7s, 4x6, and 3x4s. But the power of that printer, well, first of all, it does amazing prints, right? That I printed this morning from that. All of these are printed from that. So it's amazing little small printer. But the power in it comes with the app, the free app that you use with that, and that's called the Epson Creative Print app. Finally, after saying I would do it for like 3 years, 4 or 5 months ago, I filmed a video walking you through that app and all the tips and tricks and techniques that make things super easy. It's a really easy app to use, but once you know some of those things, it just like takes it up, a whole other notch. These are printed using the app. There are pre-configured templates. So this is a pre-configured template. Add 4 photos and print it out as 1 photo. This is a pre-configured template. Add 8 photos and print it out as a photo. This one, pre-configured template. That was just a 5x7 that I printed out as a photo and then trimmed down. So lots of fun things that you can do with that. These are too big, right? These are too big. So what I'm going to do, but I want them to be that way. I'm going to create photo strips with them. So photo strips. probably a little bit more obvious with this one. There is another one that I do this with that actually has 3 columns of photos. So then it really looks like photo strip when you do that. But look, now I have strips of photos I can tuck into a pocket. Same thing here. Now I have a strip of photos that I can tuck into a pocket. There's one more. Oh, here we go. Now I have a strip of photos that I can tuck into the pocket. So if I have a lot of photos, you might look at a traveler's notebook and go, well, how do I even get all the photos in there? I have a lot of photos. That's a way that you could do that with a pocket. So that is my plan. Multiple photos here. Let me see. Zen Girl said, I really have to think hard about last month. What a great memory idea. So I will tell you kind of how my process works. Now, I've been doing it for 4 years, so I've kind of figured out the way that it works best for me. I have a running note on my phone that goes all month long. It actually goes all year long, and I just say January, February, March, or whatever. But anything that kind of happens, I just add it on that note. It makes it really easy for me to remember. The end of the month doesn't roll around. I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I do this month? What happened this month? So I look at my calendar, I look at that note on my phone, and then I look at the photos on my camera roll, and that pretty much right there makes up my list. And then I transfer that list here so that it's, here with me when I'm ready to do it. There's my pocket with my photo strips. All right, so my photo strips, right, they're basically all just going to tuck all in like this, and it's just going to kind of be a big mess, right? It's going to kind of be a big mess, a big jumble of photos. But when I want to look at them, I just pull them out of the little pocket. Okay, and I'll talk about those photos as we get going. Sorry about that, little frog. Okay, so I have pulled out, this was May, right? So not quite summer. I will use summer snapshots again, probably in July when I do June, right? My June about last month, but May is still kind of springy. So I pulled out the brand new Simple Stories, Simple Vintage Meadow Flowers collection. I have not even opened up any of this product yet. I've not even opened it. This coming Wednesday, which would be the 1, 2, 3, 4, Saturday 1, Sunday 2, Monday 3, 5th, Wednesday the 5th. I will do the first of 2 What's New Wednesdays. There's so much new product that I will do the first one where I look at some of the Simple Stories product and then some other miscellaneous product that's come in. And then the second one, I'll do kind of the rest of it. But I haven't even opened this. Like literally it got here. I haven't looked at anything yet. I'm not even sure other than when I bought the collection, right? I obviously ordered the collection, so I've got some idea of what it looks like, but I'm just kind of seeing it all right now. But I thought it'd be a fun collection to use since we're still kind of May, still kind of springy. Oh my goodness. Reggie's back with another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reggie, you guys, he never jumps on the table and does this. Thank you. You're such a good boy. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, go get in your bucket, buddy. Go get in your bucket and go to take a nap. Take a nap. Take a nap. Take a nap. Let's see. Wanda said, I made my About Last Month page very different this time. I have pictures on both pages. It's in the Facebook group. Yes. So Facebook group. Let's talk about Facebook group for a second, you guys. If you're on Facebook, there's a Lail by Mail Facebook page and a Facebook group. The Facebook group is private. You just have to, ask if you can be a part of it. And I will then, of course, let you in. But in the Facebook group, anyone can post. So one of my favorite things is that people post what they've been working on. So like Wanda said, Wanda uses a, I think, Happy Planner, right, Wanda? A ring-bound, disc-bound planner to do a lot of her lists and her About Last Month. So a lot of times you see different ways that people are doing things. But it's kind of fun to see. So Facebook group. Facebook. Oh, and guess what? Oh, I just realized I forgot to do the giveaway yesterday. There was a giveaway going all last week about the new, about the restock of the pouches because they came back in. So I need to draw that. I need to draw that winner. There's probably some people that would really like me to do that. This, I love that. That could be kind of fun for a pocket, right? Now, before I get too far, I also like to decorate kind of the pocket if I'm going to do this. So I better kind of look. I better look. I pulled out, these are the ephemera pieces. So Simple Stories always does a bunch of different like ephemera packs. They do bits and pieces, they do big bits, they do ephemera, they do journal bits. These might be a little bit too big, although this is sure cute. I kind of like this guy. I have a lot of that color in my photos, primarily because, well, kind of that, right? We know what that is, right? We know what those are. Northern Lights. I checked a thing off of my bucket list last month. I was sick. And 10 o'clock at night, Nick said, put your shoes on, we're getting in the car. And we drove 40 minutes and Northern Lights. Those photos are not edited at all. Not at all. No sharpening, no color change, nothing. Most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life. I was alternating between jumping up and down in the road and crying because it was so spectacular. 40 minutes from our house. You guys have done bucket lists with me, travel bucket lists, and Northern Lights, traveling to see the Northern Lights has always been on that list. And I'm thinking we have to go to, Iceland or, somewhere like that. Not Australia. Iceland or Alaska. Nope, 40 minutes from our house. So, all right, so I pulled out a couple things maybe there. I think we'll put these away for a sec because I need to kind of figure out before I decide on this. I need to also be thinking about what might go on top of it because I don't want it to be too busy. These are the bits and pieces. Maybe there's something that is kind of sticking out to me. Ooh, a couple things sticking out to me here. All right. Normally, I've already gone through all these things and I have a good idea, friends, but you're seeing it now just as I am. I like these flowers. I'm kind of heading towards a direction here, aren't I? But there was something here that I saw. And then I'd really like to work that in, that enjoy. Somehow I'd like to work that in. And then there was this tree. So I think it's starting to come together, right? It's starting to come together a little bit now. It's kind of driving because I need those things to kind of help decorate a pocket, right? So it's kind of driving where I am headed. This I was also interested in as well. All right, let's kind of land on those things and stop because I could probably just keep on going, right? I could go look through all this and we'd all be seeing it together. Maybe some of those little hearts. All right, so there we go. I think we'll try to limit ourselves, maybe a little bumblebee. Oh, look at lots more hearts. I think we'll try to limit ourselves to kind of that. We'll see where we go from there. Kind of that. But woman's prerogative, right? Teresa said, wow, those Northern Lights look beautiful. I never knew they could be so pink. It's actually very unusual. You usually see more from what I've researched. You usually see more of kind of the greens, the yellowy greens. It has to do with the electromagnetic blah, 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 blah. I don't know what, but it's very unusual to see the pinks and purples. And it's also very unusual to see those, as far south. Now, we live in Utah, northern Utah, right? So, it's not horribly south. We don't live in South Texas. However, when you consider the Northern Lights are usually closer to the North Pole, right? That's pretty far south. Yeah, it was I can't even, it's something I will never forget, ever, ever, ever. Let's see. Wanda said she started with a TN, but felt it was too small for her. She switched to the Happy Planner notebook, and she's just perfectly happy. Karen says she's got a TN insert for with favorite recipes and avocado toast. Love avocado toast. Colleen, last night there was another display of the Northern Lights across parts of Canada. Seeing them is definitely on my bucket list. So I will tell you guys, this happened not long, maybe like the week after the solar eclipse, right? After the solar eclipse. So it was not long after the solar eclipse was incredibly publicized, right? Everybody knew. I mean, if you were watching any kind of news, you knew that that was coming, right? Love that one. That's so pretty. You just knew it was coming. This one maybe. Now, not so much coverage on the Northern Lights. And some people were like, why didn't they tell everyone the Northern Lights? Well, because they don't know. They know maybe 2 days in advance. So they have said, they have said that the way the electromagnetic fields are, I don't know, whatever, but it should be a little bit more prevalent over the next couple of years. So keep your eyes peeled, like stay tuned. But the thing is, nighttime, obviously you need to see them in the night. And I think why it worked so well for us, we drove about 40 minutes out of town. So there was almost zero light pollution, meaning the sky was not being brightened by city lights and things like that. Lots of cars and city lights. Let's see. Just a girl. Lindsay said, so mad she didn't know anything about the Northern Lights. Right. Laid down in bed and saw it. I don't, it's hard because they don't know, they really kind of don't know in advance. I mean, like I said, a day or two. Yeah, I was just happy. I mean, we will probably still, I don't know. I still might want to go to Iceland one day. But now it's not, because there's no guarantee you're going to see them, right? Anywhere you travel, there's no guarantee you're going to see them. Where's the rest of my photos? I needed to look at colors for a second. Where'd they go? Oh my goodness, you guys, where'd those photos go? I had a couple more strips. Reggie, did you take them in? Oh, you're there. Okay. So just looking at colors, right? Just looking at colors, there's lots of blues, there's lots of pinks and some pops of yellow, and then some green. So if I'm somehow trying to figure out how to work with these things, I probably want to go, I don't think those two will work together. I probably want to go with something like super neutral-ish, right? Super neutral, like a blue would work, or like I don't know, I pulled out a couple pieces here, right? So this is going to be my pocket, and all my photos are going to go in a pocket. That one will be pretty prominent, right? Because you'll kind of see all the things along the top. So we've got the yellow. We kind of have that pinky color going. Just kind of building here. Just kind of building some things. Might end up with something that looks a little bit like that. Now, do we want to use the bluish, or I pulled out the bluish or the yellowish or the pinkish or this-ish. Now this would be, I think this is too plain, right? That's just too plain. We need some kind of background. The yellow, you know me, I use yellow a lot. So maybe I stick with the blue because I do have kind of a lot of blue tones in the photos. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stick with the blue. So to create a pocket, there's a couple of different ways I can do this. I first need to trim it to about 5 inches wide, and I'm actually going to go a little bit narrower than 5. And the reason I'm going to go a little bit narrower than 5, might as well cut it in half first, just so I can use that other half for something. I want to trim it narrower than 5. Even though my insert is 5 inches wide, I lose a couple millimeters with the binding, with the stapling. So I think we'll go maybe, let's try like 4 7/8, halfway between 4 3/4 and 5. And let's see what that does for us here. Are we too wide? Nope, we're pretty good there. We're good. So now the other thing I can decide is, do I want a flat bottom or do I want to kind of do a slash pocket? And I think, let's see, if this was going to be here, I kind of feel like I want to do a slash pocket. So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to maybe start about right here. So I'm starting at about, why don't we start at 2 inches? So I'm going to start, 2 is where I'm going to start my cut, 2. And now I'm rotating this so I hit the point right here. All right, so I'm at 2. I need to readjust that a little bit. So that's at 2. there we go. There's my slash pocket. And when I do that, that little guy is just going to now go right here. So it just, you know, makes it a little bit more visually interesting so it's not just the side. And then my little pieces can still go here. But now when I do this, I will only be obviously applying my adhesive to the bottom part here. I don't want to, you know, apply it to the top. So we'll just kind of be moving this around a little bit to see where we end up. Sure. I need to round that lower bottom corner because the insert's rounded. Now, adhesive for this, because I will be taking things in and out of the pocket, right? Things are going in and out of the pocket. Excuse me. I want to go back to my double-sided adhesive. There's going to be a little bit of strain on that pocket, right? A little bit of strain, so we want to just give it a little bit reinforcement with some stronger adhesive than we may normally use. So I'm just putting my adhesive along the left edge, the right edge, and the bottom, and then leaving all that rest of that open space. Now, technically, I really don't even need to put any right here because it's just going to hold it in, right? Those pieces aren't going to go anywhere. That's the edge, but I put it there anyway. Oopsie, got a little bit overzealous there. And I'm going to use that same technique again where I only want to reveal part of that. In fact, I think I'm not going to take that off. I'll just leave that there. It'll be fine. So I just want to reveal a little bit of that. That will let me kind of work with it and get it in there where I want it. Do you see that? Look at, I can move that all around. I mean, touching it. If that whole piece was revealed, that adhesive was revealed, I would not be able to do that, right? That would not work. So there we go. Just gives you a little bit of wiggle room. A little bit of wiggle room. So there we go. And there we go. And there's my little slash pocket. Now we have to do the outlining because we always do the outlining, right? So about last month is another great list to start with if you're not sure where to start. Just start in about last month for May. Make a list of what happened. If you want to add photos, you can add photos. You don't have to. And then you just kind of have started the process. That is a great one to start with. Easy. You don't have to really think a lot. You may have to obviously think about what you did last month, but now there's one little thing that's bothering me about that, but it just is what it is. I have a lot of lines conflicting with each other. We have that slanted line. We have all of these verticals. And then here we have that horizontal red one, but that's okay, right? It's okay. Hopefully. Oh yeah, I'm good. All right. So there's that. You will notice, so someone had mentioned earlier, what about adding an enamel dot? And we talked about why I don't like to add things with a lot of dimension. You'll notice that when I'm working in a traveler's notebook, I also never add like foam squares or pop dots or foam adhesive for the same reason. It just makes it difficult. Then when I go to write on this page, if I've used something like that on the back side, it makes it hard to write when there's a bump or a lump in the way. So no bumps and lumps for me. I mean, don't get me wrong. When I'm doing mini books and cards and layouts, anything like that, absolutely bring on all the dimension. I love to use lots of dimension, but when it's in something you're writing in, it's a little bit harder to do. I mean, sure, you could still work it in, but that's why I don't. Unless you were doing all of your lists off the page like that we did here and then adhering them in, then you could totally do that because then you'd never be trying to write on something. So you'd be okay there. All right. I know I can tell right away. I still need something else. And some of you know when I say it looks like something's missing, what is the answer? When it looks like something is missing, the answer is a word strip sticker. So I feel like I need a little word strip sticker in there to kind of just fill in a little bit of that. So what if we grab this guy? Small talk. Let's grab small talk. Okay, hold on. Wanda, Wait, where'd it go? Um, Wanda said, no, Heather. Heather said, wow, what a good tip. I think, Heather, do you mean this with this? Yeah, isn't that my friend Joey? I can't take the credit for that. My friend Joey, she's super smart. Karen said, both of my roller date stamps have expired. 2022 is the last year one and 2023 another. Keep them. Still keep them for a little bit, Karen. You may do a project, where you want to date something from those years. And then if you keep them for a while and then it turns out it's like things in your closet, right? If you keep them and you haven't used them for 3 years, then not even 3 years. I think that your closet, I think they say like 6 months, right? Then maybe it's time to get rid of them, but you never know. All right. So up here. I don't know. I think I need black. I think I need some black in there just to I think if I have white in there, it's just going to kind of blend in. So we're going to look for something black. Fall in love with as many things as possible. Hold on tight to your dreams. I mean, that one actually, for me, for this month, for May, it was totally that because of the Northern Lights. This one is totally miscut. That's why it's in my stash instead of yours. Always take the scenic route. Be in love with your life. Ordinary people can do extraordinary things. Good things give out what you most want to come back. That's a good one. Start each day with a grateful heart. Trust your crazy ideas. That was when Nick at 10:15 said, get in the car with the pajamas on. We're going to go find the Northern Lights. A dream is a wish your heart makes. Let's see. Never doubt your instinct. That could work, right? There's just lots of good things. So lucky is a state of mind. Miracles happen when you believe. I mean, you know what? That one actually, that's what I'm going to do. Miracles happen when you believe. Because to me, seeing the Northern Lights 40 minutes away from my house was kind of a miracle. So there we go. Miracles happen when you believe. Miracles happen when you believe. Oh, that's a little bit too low. See, I had all that extra space there and it was just screaming for something. I'm telling you, when it looks like something missing, the word strip is your friend. Miracles happen when you believe. All right. So that's a good start, right? Good start. We can kind of work on it some more, but that's a good start. Generally, I always start on this list. I always start with the photos because really that's, kind of so much of this is about the photos for me. So we were at Priest Lake with our friends, Northern Idaho. They're those cute little golden, or they're English cream dogs that just so beautiful. So that was part of the month. Peonies twice this month. My dear friend Sherry, we were at their house earlier this week. Such a dear friend. She was my maid of honor. Her husband set Nick and I up. So Scott was in our wedding, and we're like 30 Sherry and I were in the sorority together, and Nick and Scott were fraternity together. So I've known Sherry since 1986. So just lifelong friends. Anyhow, she sent me this beautiful bouquet of peonies from Farm Girl Flowers earlier this week. And then earlier this month, I bought myself peonies from Trader Joe's. And they're just like, they look fake. They look like paper flowers. So that's going in my little thing here. My 2 photos from Northern Lights going in here. And now those photos, there's a lot of color in those. So I might just, just kind of tuck them back a little bit. This one, meeting Pam Soames for coffee when she was in Utah. Kane Brown concert. Tulips. I think Sam and Jack got me those for Mother's Day. It snowed the beginning of May. That was May 5th. It freaking snowed. That was crazy. And then, oh yes, these are also from up at Priest Lake. We went on kind of this little nature walk and I just collected all these little things and then took a picture of them. So just a whole bunch of photos about the month. And then Nick and I at Kane Brown concert. Sam, our younger son, wants to be able to take Reggie hiking. He wants to take Reggie hiking. So he researched and found a cat backpack. And he's slowly introducing Reggie to the cat backpack. So we put it in the house. Reggie gets in it, sleeps in it. When Sam comes over, he puts Reggie in it on his back. So we'll see how that goes. Kane Brown concert. And then the first our kind of in the backyard back patio. Anyhow, those are the photos. So those are a lot of the things that were on my list for the month of May. It's like, what month was that? What month was that? I feel like, where's the little, what happened? I feel like we need to get a little bit of that yellow in here somehow. So anyhow, they'll just end up being where they are, but there we go. Okay, there we go. And they won't sit that way, right? They won't look all nice that way, but that's a start. All right, now, once I kind of get all of that together, I can come over here and I know what colors to work with. And I do actually need to. Remember how I had said you really don't need that? There's enough photos in there that it's going to want to lift it up. So I did end up using the sticky there. All righty. I don't know, maybe this will end up here or something. Anyhow, let's do our little outlining. And then we will go to work on the opposite page. Oh, I've got it, Colleen, I got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that's my angel time. Angel time. I always say that's my grandma. And you know, when you see, okay, now I've cut. I wasn't paying attention when I did that. My little photo was stuck under that adhesive. There we go. Now we're okay. They say, some people say that if you see the same time on a clock, which seems more often than any other times that you see, for me, that's 12:34, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's an uncanny, like it is really uncanny. I always, for some reason, I just feel like that's my grandma saying, hey, thinking about you. My grandma passed away years ago, but I just feel like, I don't know why, that's right. I've always felt like that. And there have been some very bizarre situations. My grandparents traveled all over the world. Nick and I, in the end of April, were at Epcot, and we're walking through one of the lands, and we're walking directly under the big giant sphere at Epcot. And then I look at my watch and there's 12:34. And I'm like, that is my grandmother. And it like brings tears to my eyes. I'm like, I know that is her. It comes up at such odd times. Same thing happened when we were in, I think we were in Ireland, and same thing happened. And I'm like, that my grandparents traveled all over the world. And how is it that, I don't know, maybe it was Amsterdam, when we were in Amsterdam. And I'm like, I'm sure my grandparents were in Amsterdam. And that's my grandma going, hey, I was standing on that same street corner 50 years ago or whatever. Anyhow, angel time. That's minus 12:34. Maureen said, I live in Northern Ontario, as you know, Ontario, Canada, not Ontario, California. And I've never seen the Northern Lights. So that was very special for you. Oh, Maureen, I know. I 100% know how like unbelievable. Yeah. So unusual. Okay. So now we've got that done. Now I need to work on this side. And this side is where I do my stamping. So let's get out the stamps. About last month's stamp set. So for 2024, I have this little block that I'm going to use. And I have, do I want to put May in there, or do I want to put about last month in there? I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to do about last month in there, and then I might write May in that little box and then write 24 in that little box. Now, I have May, but May is too large to fit in that little box. I do have numbers also, so I could do like 05 for May. I don't know, we'll see. But I'll use the little box to start. And I think what I'm going to do, I think I'll end up writing in black because that's what I always do. But what if, let's kind of think about this for a minute. I'm going to pull out a couple of different inks. I'm going to have my back to you for a second. I think I want to pull out hickory smoke. Let's look. Let's look. Oh, I'm going to show you something very quickly. Remember before when I was talking about needing to dry your stamps before you ink or re-ink? I think I want hickory smoke, but I just saw an example. This will be a really good example. That if you're using pigment-based inks, And you do not dry your stamp after you've cleaned it. I think maybe it was this one. I don't know if you'll be able to see it very well. All right, let's try both of these. Might be able to see a little bit more in the brown. This would be an example of when I swatched all of these inks. I would stamp it in this case, I probably stamped it, I stamped one in, oh, that's a great one. So I stamped in brushed corduroy, cleaned it off, and then didn't let it dry enough, and then I applied my ink, the frayed burlap. Look at frayed burlap. Do you see how much kind of, it almost looks like a coppery, like patina. Can you see that? That is because the stamp was not dry before I re-inked it. So the ink reacted with the water. That's why it's so important. If you don't want a look like that, which I didn't, if you don't want to look like that, you clean the stamp, you completely dry it, and then you re-ink, or you're going to get that water reactive. Okay, yep, dry your bits. Dry your bits, important. Cindy's time is 11:11. Okay, so I'm thinking hickory smoke. We might want to just work in a little bit of that hickory smoke. I've used hickory smoke a couple, maybe at least one other time in the last little bit. I think Deborah, I don't know if you're here. Where is it? Oh, it's in the section I took out. Oh, look it, we used it. We used hickory smoke last month because it needed something that was a little bit less black, right, for spring. So I am probably going to do, I'll probably end up doing something really similar to that. But maybe on this one, maybe we bring in the yellow. Maybe we do like the gray and the yellow. So hickory smoke and that yellow, maybe fossilized amber. Let's look. Red, orange, yellow. What the heck? Where are they? Oh, here we go. Oh, no, maybe, no, not mustard seed. Scattered straw. I feel like we might need to do fossilized amber. So let's do that. Fossilized amber and hickory smoke. If you've been with me for a while, you hear me talk about the benefits of swatching your inks all of the time. Whether it's really swatching your colors, whatever, colors that you're using. Swatching your inks so that it's much easier to find the right yellow when you have them like this instead of pulling each one out. And then also they stamp a little bit differently. Like this one is a little bit more vibrant, I think, than is shown on the tin or the plastic. But it even applies to stamping your colored pencils. If you use colored pencils a lot, it's so much easier to have them all swatched, and then you can come back and go, oh, yeah, I think I need teal green, instead of getting out all the pencils and, figuring them out color by color. So I'm a big proponent of swatching things. It just makes your life so much easier. All right, so let's see what this is going to look like. I've pulled out two colors because there'll be some layering that we do here. There's going to be a little bit of layering. So I think we'll do, oh, I need this stamp too. This is the second part, or the first part of the layer. So this will go down first, and then I put this on top of it, that little outline. So solid is going first, and then the outline. Now, you'll get two different looks depending on which you do first, right? I find that if I do this one first, the outline, if I do the outline first and then stamp that on top of it, that is going to totally kind of chalk up, muddy up, if you will, the outline. So usually when I layer these, I do that first and then do the outline on top of it. So that's the plan. Stanley. Case where I need a wider stamping block, right? Let's see, this is my next size. Actually, that one, it's pretty close. I think I normally use that one. Let's look. It's pretty close. Oh, we want to do this one first. So it goes over the edge just a titch, but it's okay. I've done it before, so I know we're good. Just a little bit easier to use this size than to use this giant size and to have all that extra kind of material around the stamp. All right, so let's just find a, oh, here we go. This is when we played last month. We played with a couple of different color combinations. Oh, so we are gonna, let's try it. We're starting out with fossilized amber. Get that nice and inked up. We really wanna make sure that's nice and inked up. I don't wanna see any of that stamping block through there. Okay, or not stamping block, stamp. All right, let's look. Okay, I need to clean that because what I could see happening, do you see how the ink did not like adhere to certain parts of the stamp? That's why it's like that. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that's not particularly what I like. I like to have a nice solid look. So because that, for whatever reason, didn't entirely like adhere for whatever reason. Ink doesn't really adhere, but you know what I mean. I am cleaning that, and then I need to dry it. This is an example of where I really need to dry it because I'm going to re-ink it again. So I have microfiber cloth. I put microfiber cloth on there. Microfiber towel, whatever, just because I'm not going to get any little lint or hairs, right? I don't want any little lint or hairs on my stamp because then if that's on there, the ink cannot adhere and then I'll end up with a little hair mark in my image, my stamped impression. Angie said, OMG, that is why all of my distressed oxide swatches have kind of a chalky appearance. If you did not dry them well in between, Angie, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, okay. Do you see that little thing right there? I got a little speck of something. So if I go to stamp that, that speck of something is in there. Now it's leaving a circle because of whatever that speck was. So I got a little, it's like a little, I don't know. Anyhow, just stuff that happens, right? It's stuff that happens. And that's why always a good idea to test because I'd much rather like figure those things out on testing as opposed to on my project. Now let's look. I don't know if we're gonna like that gray on top of this. We'll see. Nice and dry. But do you notice from that one to that one, once I cleaned it, now it fills in all those little spaces. It's all preference, right? It's all personal preference. So whatever you like, you do you. I always say you do you. All right, now we're cooking. Now, what did I say? Now we're cooking with gas or I don't know. 111 Renee said, I'm 1111 too. That was my birth time and I just happen to see it frequently. Interesting. Interesting. 111? No, interesting, Renee. One day I asked Renee, one day I'm like, Renee, why do you call yourself 111 Renees? Why is it your name on YouTube? And she goes, oh, that's part of my address. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. Now that makes sense. It's always interesting. Those of you that have different YouTube name than like your real name, I always just wonder how you came up with that. Can you guys hear my voice? See, there's still, and like I said, I feel 100% fine. But that I started getting sick the 5th, like the night of the 5th of May. And it lasted until, I don't know, 10 days. So probably the 15th, but it's still like that little like scratchy voice. Do I sound very sexy? Oh, what am I doing with my scratchy voice? I sound like a smoker, like someone who's been smoking for lots of years, huh? Okay, here we go. Now we're gonna try the outline. Oh, Zen Girl, she said, Nito, I'm adopted. My birth certificate doesn't state the time. That is interesting. I wonder if that's a state thing. I wonder. And I wonder. I don't know if I know what time I'm born. I'm sure if I asked my mother, she would remember. I mean, I remember totally. I remember. I'll tell you, I remember with Jack, it was 7 a.m. because I was in labor for 2 hours. Not labor. I was pushing labor for 2 hours with him. He was 9 pounds, 10 ounces when he was born. I will never forget that. I will never forget that. Okay, so there is that kind of hickory smoke, right? So it's kind of a nice subtle. And when we look at that with this, I think it works. I think that works. And actually that grid works really well with kind of the pattern over here. So that's what we're going to do. That is what we're going to do. Now, when I do about last month, I am writing directly on the page. So here we did everything off the page, right? I was writing on the pattern paper and then came back and attached it. Here, I'm writing on the page, which means I need to stamp on the page, which means I have a couple, I won't say challenges, I just have a couple of things I need to be aware of. Number one, because this is bending so much, I need to kind of keep that in mind, that it's got some motion to it because of everything that's happened before. But the other thing I need to be aware of is what has happened on the page before this. And there's two things I need to think about. So if you are working in a traveler's notebook or you're working in some kind of notebook where you can't take the page out, you're stamping directly in it, there's a couple things that you want to be aware of. Number one, what happened on the page before? So when we were talking earlier about using like something dimensional, like an enamel dot or using a foam square or something, if I am now trying to stamp and that is underneath here, that is going to wreak havoc with my stamp. It's just not going to work because it's dimension and it's going to prevent the entire stamped image from appearing like we want it to. But even a little bit further, if I have a whole bunch of, not even a whole bunch, like if this was over here, it could potentially get in my way because there's two layers there. When you are stamping, one more thing let's talk about. You want to look at what specifically is here. If you have a page like this, let's pretend that this is the back side of this, right? This. I probably would be very hesitant to stamp right here. Because if I stamp right here, that's a pretty solid stamp. There will be some shadowing or ghosting. My inserts are very nice quality. The paper's nice and thick. But when you do a large block like that, you know, you're going to have shadowing or ghosting. So I would want to look and see if I had written on this page and I'm going to stamp on this page, I may affect the look of this page because I'll have a little bit of shadowing or ghosting with that big yellow bar I am about to do. So always check to see what you did before. Now, a tool that I want to bring out when I am stamping directly on the page is something called a pencil board. A pencil board is a fancy name for a flat, no, not 19 pounds. Oh my goodness. Marilee, could you imagine? 9 pounds, 10 ounces. Yeah, 9 pounds. That was still big. That was still big. And he was, well, I had an epidural, but yeah, there was no C-section there. I went in at 4 p.m. the day before, and then they started me around 7 p.m. And then the doctor came in at like 4 a.m. and she's like, okay, you're almost to the, no. I was there for 36 hours between when they started me. And so we went a whole other day. See, the things you forget, we went a whole other day. So the 24-hour mark, they break your water, they start you. And if your water's been broken for 24 hours, then they worry because of infection. So she came in at like the 23rd hour and she's like, okay, you're a face, whatever. But he's still not wanting to come out. If nothing progresses in the next hour, then we're going to take you in for a C-section. Literally like 5 minutes before the time was up. So I've been like in labor all that time. And then, okay, good, it's time to start pushing. 5 a.m., 7 a.m. he comes out. Yeah. You look at pictures of me, you know, because Nick had the camera. You look at pictures of me and I look like, oh my gosh, I'd been through a lot. I had been through a lot. Yes. So I remember 7 a.m. And then I also remember Sam, 4:05 p.m. because they started me, they told me to start pushing at 4. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I'm in for 2 hours, 4:05. Like literally, he just, no problem. Yeah. So I don't know, you remember those things sometimes. Oh yeah, let's get back to the subject. Pencil board. Pencil board is a fancy name for a flat surface that you can slide underneath something. Then you can easily stamp because flat, right? You don't have to worry so much about what happened before. So flat surface. Now, I still have all this bending that I really can't deal with. So we'll have to see if this is going to work, right? I think we'll still... All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to try it. This may be a case because I need it to be thick enough that it's not interfering, but it may not, I think it'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. So let's kind of get this ready. We got to get this loaded up again because we're starting with the yellow. Let's get that loaded up. And even though I've already tested it, some things have happened in between. So I just want to test it again. And you may think that's overkill, but trust me, the first time that you're like, oh, I don't need to test it. I tested that 5 minutes ago. It's not going to do what you want it to do. It'll have a little hair in it or something. A little hair crept in there. Yep, we're good. That looks nice and solid. That's exactly the look I want. So now I feel confident. Now I will ink that up one more time. Remember, I'm standing. To me, that's super important. You get way more leverage, and you want that leverage, especially when you have a more solid stamp, right? When you have a more solid stamp. 1, 2, 3. This one usually goes 3 lines down. I want to go pretty quickly. 1, 2, 3, because I don't want that ink to start to dry. Okay, there we go. I want a nice solid pressure, right? Nice solid pressure. And there we go. So I did not press down maybe as well as I could have. So you see there are some little areas of there where you don't really see the yellow. You kind of see the paper showing through, right? Can you see that? Now there's nothing wrong with that. But for me, I'm like, oh, that kind of bugs me a little bit. So there are a couple things I can do to fix that. So let's use this as a learning opportunity. Let me just clean this off. This stamp looks yellow. It is not, the material has not yellowed. I've used yellow on that a number of times, and so it is like the ink is staining the material, but it's not yellowing. You know what I'm talking about? Sometimes, especially back in the day, like with your really inexpensive acrylic stamps, sometimes they would all yellow. Didn't hurt them, but it just happened. That's because of the ink. All right, so let's talk about how we can address that. And really, it's not a big deal. I probably wouldn't worry about it, but we'll use it as a learning opportunity. There's a couple of things I can do. I'm going to get out 2 tools. One is a household item called a Q-tip. The other one is a little teeny tiny paintbrush. I should have an open one here. Where? Maybe this one? Maybe this one. Let's try this one. All right. So something like this, I would probably use the Q-tip. So I can just take a Q-tip. I usually break them in 2 so that I can use them 2 different times, right? Just take a Q-tip, a regular old Q-tip, doesn't matter if it's name brand, doesn't matter if it's Q-tip or a cotton swab from Walmart, whatever. And I'm going to apply a little bit of ink on that Q-tip, okay? And then I can just kind of paint in those spaces, okay? Do you see that happening? Do you see where I was missing, where some ink just kind of wasn't there? Now it's there. I painted it in. So let's look at that here. Okay, so here we see the spaces, right? You see how there's spaces where ink didn't apply? I'll do that again. This paper is quite a bit thinner in this little composition notebook, so. You see how I've now painted that in with that Q-tip. So Q-tip is great in a situation like that if you have something solid that you are trying to fix. And even like that little dot I could fix there, no problem, okay? You don't even know that it's there. So Q-tip is great for something like that. Now, if you have something small, a little bit more delicate, that is when like a super fine paintbrush can come into play. This is not the paintbrush. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a time and a place for the 8,000 paintbrushes for $1 at the dollar store. Not for something like this. You want something that is nice and thin. And this kind of has a little bit of a strong tip to it. So all I'm doing is I'm applying some ink to the paintbrush. And then I can kind of paint this in. And actually that guy is it's too long. It's too long. So what I really want, I couldn't find it in there. I have one that's shorter. It's maybe about half that because you just want to be able to kind of paint that in. So 2 ways that you can fix something if you need to, if you feel like you need to give it a little bit more ink. The Q-tip. Q-tip is a really easy, but sometimes it just, you know, doesn't work because you've got too fine a space that you are trying to fix. Alrighty, so now let's get rid of that. Now we're ready for our frame that goes on top of that. One of the nice things about doing your testing here first, like when we were doing April, I was able to test with a couple different colors, right? So I have that solid, and I've done that a couple of times. I could test with the gray and say, oh yeah, I don't really like that. And then I could test with the black or blue or whatever I wanted to test with. So it's kind of handy. I don't think I cleaned that off before I did not. I did not do that. That would probably put more ink there. Oh, I think they're still downstairs. Oh well. Just wipe that off with my little hands. All right, so let's go ahead and reapply our ink to the frame. Ink to the frame. So you guys, we've talked about one giveaway so far. One giveaway. The way you participate in the giveaways is by leaving a comment on the video when it's over. Anytime between when it's over and when we're together again, which is next Saturday, the 8th. The first giveaway we talked about was a set of 4 of the 13 by 13 craft storage pouches, okay? The other giveaway, this is the second of 3 stamp sets. Well, actually, really, third of the 4, I guess I'm going to use today. On the last one we used, all the things, right? We used the all the things stamp set. On this one, we're using 2024, about last month. On the next one, we're using What a Day. We also used the summer mini icons. So second prize is you get to pick which one of those that you want. Whichever one of the stamp sets that I've used today, you get to pick what you want. Golly, throat. A little scratchy. Oh, actually, I should have had, I'm going to have to ink that up a little bit more maybe. I should have had my pencil board ready to roll, right? Pencil board ready to roll. Let me just ink that up just a tad bit more. I try not to let too much time go by between when I ink and when I stamp. You don't want it to dry out. And if part of it dries out and part of it doesn't, then you'll get a really weird result, right? You'll get it kind of faint in some spots and then more pronounced in other spots and maybe invisible in one spot. And all right, there we go. So that, right, we've just kind of emulated what's been going on over here, huh? Okay, let's clean this guy off, and then I think we're gonna go with the gray in the writing. We could try a pink on the yellow. I don't know that would work unless we go with something super bright. So let's just try something here. I think we're gonna need one of those. Let's try maybe like Kitsch Flamingo. I don't know, let's look kind of for something like this. It may or may not work there, but we can try it on our little test, right? That might not be bright enough. I think we might have to over bright because it will kind of the yellow might temper it down a little bit. Let's try picked raspberry. Let's try that and just see, right? We just play. I think so much about crafting is experimenting, right? I mean, you should try different things. You won't know if you like it or not if you don't try it. So you might as well try out a few options, iterations. I mean, I really have no time frame in when that has to be done, right? And especially if I'm working on a craft project for myself. I mean, if I wanted, I could take all day on something, right? So it doesn't hurt to try, experiment, see what you like, see what works, see what doesn't work. Now we need another stamping block, because that one is way too big, and actually I need to clean that off. All right, let's see. This is about last month, and I decided about last month was going to go in the center, right? Instead of the month. So I call it about last month. After the first year of having the stamp set, a couple people said, hey, I know you call it about last month, but would you consider adding an alternative, which is month in review? So you can say, hello, honey. What hole are you on? I told him you have 27 holes today. All right, so look at, actually, I mean, that kind of works. And by going a little bit brighter, ooh, whoops. I mean, I think, why not? Let's do it. Probably not something that I would normally do. So let's do it. Let's do it. You guys remember when Nick used to tune in from the golf course all the time? He'd usually be about 9 holes in. I think he's probably further in than 9 holes. I would hope so. Dandy, I love it. Dandy, hi Dandy. Said I recently went to my childhood town last month. I'm planning to do the This Is Me. Oh, This Is Me. We had a lot of fun with that one. That was last year. We did a This Is Me. This year, there is currently a This Is Us. So same concept, but it is us instead of me. And you define what us is. Us could be a couple. Us could be family. Us could be kids. Us could be extended family. It could be whatever. Us could be friends. There we go. About last month. All right. So now let's look at, let's talk about one really quick thing. When you're working with pigment-based inks, Distress Oxides, what I'm using, pigment-based ink. Pigment-based inks are a little bit like juicier, okay? And that's just my term. They have a little bit of a chalkier finish. They take just a second, or not a second, but a little tiny bit of time to dry. You want to be very cognizant of that, even though I don't do mixed media. One of the benefits of using a pigment-based ink, or in this case a Distress Oxide, is because they're a little bit wet. You can blend them, right? So you can blend them and make different colors, or kind of make an ombre effect while they're still wet. What that means to us when we're stamping, we want to make sure that the yellow's dry before we stamp on the gray. We want to make sure the yellow's dry before we stamp on the pink. You want to make sure they're dry before you then kind of stamp a next color or next layer on top. All right. I don't know. I kind of like that there. Now, if I do about last month, I kind of, and my May won't fit there, and I really don't want to put a May somewhere else. What if I just do this? What if I just stamp 05? 05 is May, right? That works. So there's a couple of different ways that you can use this little block, right? This little block, I designed it to do work a couple of different ways in terms of what you could put in there. You could put in the month in the center. You could put about last month or month in review in the center. If you did month in review, you could do month in review. And here you could do 05, and here you could do 24. Or you could put May in the center. And for May, you could put one maybe like the little tree would go in there. And then over here it could say 24. Or you have handwritten months. You have handwritten little numbers there, but you also have solid numbers. You have the year, 24, 25, 26 in both handwritten and solid. So you have lots of different ways that you could kind of mix and match the stamps on that set. But I think I'm going to do 05 there. And with that, those are super small. I want to use this guy. Oh my goodness. That is a little 4-leaf clover. That was from the project I was wrapping up yesterday that I'm going to show on the TV segment on Monday. That is why you want to put your product away, friends. If you don't put your product away, eventually that little guy would fall off if I didn't notice, right? It would fall off, and then I'd be so sad because I wouldn't be able to use it. So let me get that put away very quickly. Cindy, do I have any cat stamps? You know what, Cindy? I don't have any cat stamps. I do not. Most of my stamps are more, they're not like, not hand-drawn, and there's some icons I have, but not a lot of icons either. So yeah, no cat stamps as of yet. The paper blending stumps are good for small spaces to add ink. Oh, I know, Kathy. Look this would work too now. The little tinies. The little tiny little foam blending tools, those would work too. Just so you know, those of you guys that have been asking for the storage kit for those, they're done. They're just getting photographed so that we can put them on the website. So if you've been waiting for that, just they're coming. All right, 05. I still want to have my pencil board in there, right? I should probably just really quick get that in there. Well, that was not right. I am using, this is a stylus. It is one of my products. It is it's a stamping block for little tiny stamp. But if you try to get little tiny block to hold that, you're trying to hold on to it with your fingers, you're going to fumble it. So this is just like a pen, but it's a nice long acrylic stamping block, a stylus. All right, that was the O. Let's now put the O away. The zero, it's not an O, it's a zero. Zero. Consider a cat icon. I'd consider anything, Cindy, absolutely. I would just have to find the artwork because I don't have an illustrator. I have a couple graphic designers that I work with, but I do not have an illustrator. Andy used to be an illustrator, but she's not doing stamps anymore. So I just need to do some research on that. I mean, there's all different kinds of things I can do, right? I mean, there's really no limit to what I can do. It's just, well, that's not true. There is a limit. But when it comes to stamps, for sure. There was something else I was going to say. I don't know. There was somebody that, I don't know what it was. Somebody asked something. Oh, Wanda, a good list would be having my baby, all of our baby stories, right? Oh my goodness, like things I remember from being pregnant, things I want to forget from being pregnant. And you know what, that's one of those lists, you guys, and you may be like, well, I don't have kids, so that really doesn't apply to me. And then, you know what I say? I say, then let's figure out how that list can apply to you, not meaning that you have to go, get pregnant. So it could be things that you remember from being in high school, things you want to forget from being in high school, things you want to remember about your first job, things that you want to forget about your first job, right? You can fill in the blank, things I want to remember about and things I want to forget about, right? We actually do something like that at the end of every year. Things I want to remember about 2004 and things I want to forget about 2004. Because, right, a lot of cases there are things we want to forget. I would be willing to bet there's not a list that we've done that you couldn't put a twist on and make it work for whatever your situation is. That would be fun, Wanda. Things I want to, maybe. I probably needed to add that to our list of lists. Not probably, I am going to. So just bear with me a sec, you guys, because if I don't do this, I will not remember. It is time for me to make a new book. I need a new book. I need a new workbook. List ideas, but I'm gonna have to put these list ideas pages in there. Wanda Bradford, remember and forget pregnancy or similar, right? Or fill in the blank. Now, Jack was hard in that he was almost 10 pounds when he was born. Sam was easy in that, he was only like 8 something, so that was good. But Sam was hard in that I had gestational diabetes with Sam. And they could not control it no matter what. So I had to take insulin shots. I weighed less when I had Sam than when I was not pregnant. That was how that went. So that's not a bad thing, but okay, anyhow. I'm sure we all have these stories like that, but I think that's a really fun one. I think that's a fun one, Wanda. I like it. All right, there we go. Let's put that little guy in there. And then we're going to start our list. And then we may add a few things here and there. Oh, there was actually one thing I did want to add right off the bat before we get too far. And that was this. This I think is so fun. It's so pretty. So if I put that, now it's kind of, well, if I put it here, I just write around it, right? And generally I want something either like right justified or left justified. I think it's going to go there. We're going to make it work. But I need to add that before, obviously, I make my list because it's kind of big. So it just needs to have its spot before I write, and I'll write around it. Here, obviously, I'm not using my tape runner. I'm using a glue pen. Tape runner, that would be challenging to try to, you know, get that to adhere. And then I'm using my little reverse grip tweezers because that will be much easier to place that than trying to do that with my fingers. Now, that little part, I need to hold down for a second, that top of the Y, so it doesn't, you know, fly up in the air. Lauren and the Yarn, kitten and puppy nightmares. So you're saying things I want to remember about like having a puppy and things I want to have, you know, forget about having a puppy or a turtle or a python or anything like that, right? Hello, Amy Patterson, popping in to say hi. I'll have to catch dinner replay. I'm going to go start the Let's Get Away class. Nice. Love Lael's mini book classes. Karen, I love it. Karen just asked Nick what next week's list topics are. So if you don't know my husband, he and I both have very similar senses of humor. We kind of very dry senses of humor. And he always likes to joke that he's got great lists prepared for us. Oh, ladies, I've prepared the best lists for us. Of course, he's no, really? No. And then he, you know, I keep telling him he needs to come in and lead us, like do a list with us and like lead it. And that would just be funny. All right, so here we go. One thing, do you see how these are kind of all grouping together a little bit? If you're doing photo strips like this, let me just talk about this for 1 second as I think about it. This would be an idea. So these were all printed on one photo, right? And then I just cut it in half. If I wanted there to be a little bit of variation in height, what I would probably do in that template, I just would not put anything right there. So these would just be white and then I'd cut them off and then they'd be a little bit shorter in the pocket, right? So I'd have some varying height to the photos in there. But like I said, I need to reprint a couple of those because there were 2 photos I wanted to add that I didn't. So I may kind of structure how I did those. Anyhow, all right, so we are ready. I need a bullet stamp because when I do this list, even though it's not finished yet, that's okay. I can't do it today. I got to get ready for that TV segment. I can't do it today. Here, March, I add a little bullet stamp in there. So in between each thing on my list. So I need a bullet stamp. I need to have now I'm totally thinking about down here because I didn't add any washi or anything. That's okay. All right, bullet stamp. Let's look for something that might be fun in here. I think I need a flower just because, you know, flower, we might as well use a flower. There's 3 different bullet stamp sets, 1, 2, and 3. Bullets and More 2, and Bullets and More 3. Now, where is Bullets and More 3? Oh, it's right here, 2, right here. All right, so I think this guy, oh, darn it. This is why you put your stamps away, because look I am missing one because I didn't put it away. It's gone. That's usually when I just go downstairs and get another set, but you don't want to do that. So put your stamps away. Do as I say, not as I do, right? All right, that's from Bullets and More 2. So I'm gonna get that little guy. It's still like a little daisy. Wanda, you know that it's things you just don't forget. My babies are 7 years apart. Nice surprise. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is a nice surprise. Karen said, I want to remember all their cuteness and play techniques they have with her 2 little fur babies. That's fun. All right, so now, do we want to go with yellow or do we want to go with pink? I feel like we want to go with pink because this is pretty, that's a lot of yellow. So I feel like we want to do pink. However, I don't think I want to do picked raspberry. Let's just really quickly, while both of these are out, do you see the difference in those 2? That is another reason. It doesn't matter how you're swatching. You don't need to have my stamp to do it, but I do suggest you swatch. Look at the difference in those colors. This is what it looks like stamped. That looks way different, right? So it's helpful. Because I was going, oh, I don't want that one, but maybe that one would be okay. Let's just take a quick look at this right in here. Remember we went a little brighter because we knew on the yellow it was going to get dulled a little bit. Now that's too bright, so I don't want to use picked raspberry. I want to use, whoopsie, I want to use not picked raspberry. You guys will get a kick out of this. The TV segment, 7 minutes. I have a lot to cover in 7 minutes. Can you imagine? Here we are, we've already been here 3 hours. 7 minutes, the TV segment. I have to keep it nice and concise. Now, luckily, there's a hostess, right? Brooke, I don't remember her last name. Anyhow, so she'll keep it on track. You better believe it, right? Okay, let's look. That is, yes, that's way better. And you might be like, oh, there's no difference. There's the difference. And if you only have one pink, then the pink you have is perfect. But if you have two, I want to go with the lighter pink. All right, so now we are ready to start our run-on list. And for me, remember, I kept a running list on my phone. I look at my calendar and I look at my photos, and that's how I come up with what's on my list. So for about last month, starting with, I had, for me, us, our fourth annual International Scrapbook Day, all day listing celebration. So just a run-on list, basically what happened. I had a May stamp release. And I just write. And it's your list. You get to decide what makes your list and what doesn't. Oh, yes. I have a new pantry door. That's what I wanted for our anniversary. And if you've seen the doors into my office, my craft room, kind of the glass with the black metal frame and the glass panes, pantry door now too. I was very excited about that. It snowed. Snow on the 5th. Holy cow, that always happens every year. You can't plant like annuals here, even in pots until Mother's Day weekend, because that is guaranteed to happen. Let me see. I am going to be on TV. Wanda, local morning show. I'm filming it on Monday morning, and it will probably air on Wednesday, I want to say. And then I'll have a link so I can share it with you guys. And Karen said, have you done TV segments before, Lael? Karen, I have. I did QVC. I did something similar in the UK. I've done 1 or 2 TV commercials when I was into CrossFit, and I was quite fit, and I did it for a fitness thing I was doing then. I've done a TV segment, like a morning show TV segment. So I have. It doesn't faze me. It doesn't bother me at all. So yes, I'd be very nervous if I had not. And I think also what helps is if you really know your content. I mean, if you really know your content, it makes it a lot easier. Now, there's a lot of prep and a lot of organization that goes into it ahead of time. But yes, very fun. Very fun. And I am doing a segment on documenting your travels in a traveler's notebook. So that's kind of exciting. Very excited. All right. Snow. So it will definitely be a highlight of my about last month for June. Okay, let's see. Yes, I was sick for 10 days. I had to cancel one of our Saturdays. And I also had to cancel one of my classes. Well, not cancel, reschedule one of my classes. That's happened like maybe only 2 times in 4 years. I hate to do that, but there was no way. We had our friends Petrowski's over for dinner. So really, it's just like a brain dump. I mean, it's really a brain dump. There may be some big things, like we saw the Northern Lights. a mere 40 minutes away from home. That will be, because we also do an about last year. So in early January, that's a list that we'll do. We'll do an about last year. And we do about last year. That will be one of the highlights, the Northern Lights for sure. Wanda, I was on QVC when I worked for Simple Stories, and not maybe a year after we had launched the Carpe Diem brand. So it was with the Carpe Diem planners. Yeah, it's been a while. That's been, let's see, I left Simple Stories 5 years ago. So that was probably 7 or 8 years ago. It's been a little while. Let's see. Oh, yes. We're adding black river rocks. River rocks, so smooth river rocks to all of our flower beds. And tree wells? I don't know. I'll call them wells. That's probably not what they're called. Tree wells in the front. That has been a large job over weekends and weekends and weekends, but it's fun. It's fun. And it looks beautiful. So, so pretty. All right. Bought myself peonies. Flowers. And then Sherry, my friend Sherry sent me peonies. Whoopsie. Got a little tight there. That's okay. Oh yes, Kane Brown concert. So, just right. So good. And I am going to finish this one. Usually probably about this time I'd be like, oh, I'll finish that later, but I just really need to do it. We had our first backyard patio evening, I guess. We love to do that. We have a beautiful view of the mountains looking out our kind of back, and nice and comfy, and go out and have a glass of wine and have a fire. And yes, I don't know. Oh yes, I wrote some things down. I'm like, what even does that say? We celebrated our 29th anniversary. That's a big, well, not a big one. I guess they're all big, right? They're all big. 1, 2, 3, 18, 24. Hey, anniversary. That's a little football humor for you. All right. Let's see. Celebrated that. Oh my gosh, this was a big one. Totally cleaned my craft room. I just filmed a quick, like, minute on Instagram, and then I think I also put it in the Facebook group. I can't remember if I put it on the Facebook page, but there'll be another one coming that's like a full-blown like walkthrough and how I store everything. And I met up with Pam Soames for coffee. That was so fun. Pam, if you're still here, I'm so glad you reached out. All right. Pam, are you here? Is it retired? Are you retired? She was telling me like she's retiring really soon. Oh, I hope I didn't forget that. All right, let's see. Karen said, I've done a few when I had an herb nursery. Yes, you must know your stuff, because you don't know what kind of questions the host is going to throw at you. And so, yeah, that to me is a big thing. But then also, it's always really, I look at it as you're there with the camera crew and the host and maybe the producer. That's all. Those are the only people that are in the room. So that's who I'm talking to, right? I don't think about all the people watching. I just think about the people that are in the room, and then it's okay. Oh yes, we did Memorial Day weekend at Priest Lake. Oh, I'm ready to be done with this one, right? I am ready to be done. I hosted our monthly ladies get together. We have a group of neighbors. There's probably about 15. And it's usually maybe 10 or 12 that ends up attending, and each person takes a month. And when it's at your house, you do it all. All the food, all the drink, everything. But then you're hosting once a year. So that was fun. That's always lovely. That was on Wednesday. And then, oh wait, hold on. Oh yes, we started watching Bridgerton. We've never watched that. So started watching Bridgerton. We've also never watched King of Thrones, so that'll happen at some point, I'm sure, as well. We're a little bit behind the times there. Let's see what else I have. Oh, yes, Sam. Weekend in Las Vegas. That's where he is now. So sometimes it has to do with other people in my family. Just depends on what's going on, right? Whatever's on my list. Let's see, last night, so Wednesday night, we had the neighbor get together. Last night, we went over to another neighbor's house. It was one of our neighbors' 60th birthday, and it was a surprise party. That was a lot of fun. And then the very last thing on my list is my mama's sweet little dog, Murphy, crossed the Rainbow Bridge. All right, there's my list. Okay, all done. There's my list, and I need to work with the photos a little bit, but really, that's it. It's done. It is easy, right? And it's documented. If that's all I ever do to document May, if I never do a scrapbook page, if I never do anything with those photos, rest assured it's done, right? So not guilty, guilt-free. I don't stress about, oh my gosh, I haven't, documented anything for the last, 6 years. Well, in this case, 4 years, but I have, because it's all just been in my little traveler's notebook about last month's style. All right, look at visual triangle. I just completed my little visual triangle. I talk about that a lot. It looked like up there something was missing, right? We kind of have this line going this way. So we just needed something to complete that picture. There we go. All right. Woo! Where are we? 1:30. Okay. Oh, Kate, Christy. Hi, Christy. Okay, Christy. Christy is KMC Stamper. Christy, I noticed that you've changed your name from KMC Stamper to KMC Stamper Desk Christy. And do you know what I told Pam? I don't know if Pam told you this or not. But I said, Pam, how did you, I'm always interested, Pam, how did you find me? And she said, well, early on in the pandemic, my friend Christy, KMC Stamper, said, oh my gosh, I found this person you have to watch. And then she said she was hooked from then on out. And I said, oh my goodness. She said Christy, and I'm like, I don't know who Christy is. And then she said KMC Stamper, and I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, I know KMC Stamper. And then I went, oh, Pam, I said, please tell Christy I am sorry. I know that sometimes I confuse KMC Stamper with my friend Susan, who is like K Melania. And I don't know how, it's the KM together. And so probably half the time when you say something, Christy, in the chat, I'm like, oh, hi, Susan. Oh, Susan, that's great that Pam retires in 3 weeks, or whatever I say. So I'm so sorry that I've been calling you Susan sometimes, Christy. Yeah. But okay, 3 weeks. All right. She retires in 3 weeks. It's so exciting. What an exciting time of life, right? All right. So let's get this stuff cleaned up, and then we're going to work on our last list, our third list. Our third list is called What a Day. We have done this probably for the last year and a half. This is another list. You know what? I'm just going to set those. I don't need to put those away. This is another list that we do on a monthly basis. Okay, so about last month we do on the monthly basis. What a Day we do on a monthly basis. In the news we do on a monthly basis. We've been doing it for about a year and a half. Prior to 2024, it was called Today Looks Like This. So today looks like this. What a day, same concept, where you just taking a day and you are noting everything that happened in that day, and then you are making a list of what happened in that day. And it's like a little mini time capsule, because if you look back on that list 10 years from now, you'll be like, oh my goodness, look at all the things I was doing. Look at, I was doing this and that and this and that 10 years ago, whatever I said, 10 or whatever. But those things change, right? Those things change maybe from season to season. They change from month to month. They probably change quite a bit from year to year. Like if I was doing a list like this when I was in college, oh, it'd be vastly different from today. Or when I was a new mom, it'd be so different. But if I had a list that my grandmother had written about a typical day, what she had just done in a day, maybe not even a typical day, back in like the 40s, that would be so cool. If I had a list that my mom did in like the mid 70s, how cool would that be? Because it fully tells a story. Even just, here's a list of the 8 things that I did on Wednesday, that totally tells a story. And it's just kind of a fun story to look back on month by month and year by year. So mini time capsule, that is a mini time capsule. So I'm going to put all of Simple Vintage Meadow flowers away. That's what I was using over here, the die cuts, the paper, and that. Simple Vintage Meadow flowers. And that's one of the new Simple Stories collections that I don't know, in the last maybe week or two, maybe 2 weeks, started shipping. So if you like that collection, it is in stock. As is Summer Snapshots. Summer Snapshots, that has been around a little bit. All right, so our last list, what a day. The reason that it's kind of transitioned from today looks like this to what a day is I decided to design a stamp set around it. So stamp set is what a day. It is a 6x8 stamp set. It has the months of the year. It has large numbers for your date. I am doing, my list is for the 29th. So I'll have 2 and then 9. The 6 and the 9 are the same, just flip one over. And then you have like the TH for the 29th or the ND for like the 2nd or whatever you need. And then you have lots of other little stamps to work with around it. So word strips and handwritten stamps, ratings and things like that. So let's take a quick look at what that looks like. We should have one of those in here. Oh, here we go. So this is one I did for April 11th. And it's just a list of things I did that day, okay? I used a bullet stamp. I used that stamp. I did a little rating at the bottom because rating is part of that stamp set. But just kind of a fun way to document your day. Now, if you have the stamp set, great, and you want to use that, but there is nothing about this stamp set that you couldn't do with just a pen and paper, right? So I never want you to feel like, oh my gosh, I want to do this, but I can't because I don't have the stamp set. You can just write it or use letter stickers or number stickers or whatever, but the stamp set is also available. So I did mention that Summer Snapshots was going to come back into play. I am going to use Summer Snapshots for this list. This is going to be a single page list. Most often it is a single page list. I had someone reach out a couple weeks ago and said, hey, will you, the next time you do a what a day list, will you do a 2-page list just so we can get a feel for what that might be like? And I said yes, but I'm not prepared to do that today because I need to think about it. I probably would do photos or something over here, I'm not sure, or a quote or something like that, but I'm not prepared for that today. However, what I did show her was, I said there are a couple of instances where we have done a 2-page list like that. So I'm going to go into, this is volume 2, so from 2023. Where would I have put, today looks like this, page 18. All right, so keep in mind this is last year when we were kind of doing it a little bit different, but January, February, March, April, May. June is an example of a 2-page list. Basically, I just decorated the right side. And then there was one more, I think December. Yeah, December. Oh, and November. Okay, look it. There's November 2-page list where I added photos and a film strip. And then December, also 2-page list, but I just added a little calendar there. So Most often for me, I am doing this list as a single pager, but some ideas for you if you wanted to turn it into a double page. Either add some photos or decorate, or But I will do that when we do it in June. I will for sure do that. All right. So now I'm pulling back out summer snapshots. I'm pulling back out summer snapshots because there are papers and icons and things in this collection that really have nothing to do with summer. This is one of them. I love this color combination. The pink and the orange. You put a blush and an orange together for me, and I love it. I love those two together. So I thought that would be a fun one just for the base of our list. Because my base is going to be on here, I can work on it off the page and then, come back and adhere it. So we'll start with that. We are going to trim this little guy down to 4 3/4. Starts out as a 6x8 paper. I trim it to 4 3/4. Maybe what I'll do, how about this? What if we do this? What if we do what if we do the left page today and then we figure out how to turn it into a 2-pager next week? And then we could use this little piece right there. How about that? Does that sound like a good plan? I think we'll do that, okay? But I have to put this piece down or next week I will not remember. That will happen. Well, okay, so here's just something right off the bat. If I hadn't cut it, something like that. Now that doesn't really apply your sunshine and happiness. I mean, although it could apply to your day. I could do my list over here and trim this down so it fit, and that could just be the other side of my list. So Simple Stories in their 6x8 pads does a really good job at this, of having like full 6x8 sheets that are something that you could use as a standalone. But we won't do that. I won't do that. One thing, if you are doing this, it's a good idea. I mean, you still have a little bit of fudge factor, but I've totally turned around these papers, right? So I'm trying to make it to where they like go together again. So I just had to rotate that a little bit. Let's use this little guy over here. Okay, and then we won't adhere this one until we're done with it. Much easier if we can work on it off the page when we've got so much. That's what happens at the end. It just kind of happens at the end, right? There we go. Okay, let's see. My stamp set, I may just take a look at. Sometimes it helps me to look at what did we do? Oh, in here. It's in here from before. Oh, look at things I'm looking forward to this spring. See? Something we do every month. Every season, not month. There's March. We'll just put March right there. All right, just so I can have a little something to look at. I need my white cardstock, so there we go. I need to also have a quick sip of water, friends. So let's have a little bit of hydration. Oh, good, Christy. I'm glad she told you that. But I also love it that you added Christy. That totally helps. That totally helps. Christy, sometimes it is hard to keep people straight. It is. There's just, especially if I am not good at names. I am really good at faces. If we meet in person, it would not be uncommon for me to say, "Oh, hello, friend. It's so nice to see you," because I can't remember your name for the life of me. But then I will say, "Hey, remember when I was teaching, you took a class from me in person 3 years ago, and you were just getting ready to go to Disneyland, and you were so excited because your niece was going to meet you there, and your niece had just gotten engaged." I mean, I can remember all of that. Like, it's just sometimes the name part just doesn't, and I guess to me, I think it's more important that I remember you and I remember like your story than your name. My brain can only hold so much, and so that's what it gets. But now, Christy, I will remember. And like 111 Renee's. I've never met 111 Renee's, but I remember her because I was like, why do you call yourself 111? Oh, it's part of my address. Now I totally remember that. So it's for me, if I have a story, if there's a story I can associate with someone, much easier. Like Mary J. Mary J., I asked her, "Can I call you Mary J. Blige because Mary J?" And she's like, "Sure." Or Linda May. Linda May, May is her last name, but I said, Linda May, can I call you Linda May? Because Linda May reminds me of like something in Little House on the Prairie. Linda May, Linda May. Like it's her middle name. And she's like, sure. But I will always try to ask you if I'm going to give you a nickname because, you know, I don't want to assume that that's okay. I don't want to assume. But sometimes I accidentally give you a nickname, like I'll shorten your name. Like Christy, I wouldn't call you Chris because that just wouldn't, but someone I might, like, let's see if there's someone in here that it might work for. I don't know. I don't know. Like Cynthia. Let's say if it was Cynthia Hollenbach. If she said Cynthia, 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 I might just call her Cindy. And I, you know, sometimes I might not even realize I call her Cindy and I didn't ask if I could call her Cindy. Because, you know, some people don't like you to shorten their name. All right, so I'm going to totally embrace the pink and the orange. Well, even in the green, I think I need 3 colors here. I think Mowed Lawn will work. Let's look. I had Mowed Lawn pulled out. Let's look and see. But Mowed Lawn is usually a pretty green, vibrant. I think it would go very well with those. Okay, Mowed Lawn. Now the orange, I don't know. We may not, I might just go pink and green because there's a lot of orange on there. So pink. See, I really think Tattered Rose is the one, but Tattered Rose is really hard to see. So I think it's going to be Spun Sugar and Mowed Lawn. Guess where we're going? We're going back to the 80s. We pulled out our preppy handbook. We're going back to the 80s with our pink and green. Do you guys remember that? Did you have the preppy handbook? I had the preppy handbook. Pink and green. All right, so now what I want to grab, all right, well, those I will not grab, right? Denise is working on a long-term project for me with the storage, with the phone storage things. And so they're all downstairs. So I was going to ink the edges. Actually, this is going to be the first because I need to also do it with all the little guys. So I'm going to do this. I want to ink the edges. I'm going to add a little bit of ink to, this is about as mixed media as I get, friends. So if you're here for mixed media, well, sorry. This is as mixed media as I get, adding a little bit of ink to the edge of my paper. So I'm just inking edge of that piece. My list will be on this piece. But we're going to kind of make it so that white isn't so stark. And then it'll kind of help it to blend in a little bit. But that pink's pretty light, right? Spun Sugar is pretty light. Nancy, I thought Mowed Lawn was something you did in a day. No. Mowed Lawn, ink. That's funny, Nancy. Mowed Lawn, yes. That'd probably be on some people's list, Mowed Lawn. No. No, we moved, we built a home, downsized. We built a home, oh my gosh, 6 years ago this month, holy cow. And we're in an HOA, and part of that HOA is they do, they mow the front and the back, and they do snow removal. So, but let's be honest, it's not like I mowed the lawn before. You know, husband and 2 boys, and so, you know, strapping young men. Jack is 6'5" now. Sam is 6 feet. So when it came to mowing the lawn, it was always them. I don't think I ever touched a lawnmower. I don't think I'd snowblower, yes, but I don't think I'd even know how to, I mean, I would, you push it, but I don't know if I know how to start a lawnmower. I guess it's like a snowblower. That just reminded me though, speaking of lawns, somehow I came across this the other day. One year, we had a good sized backyard and it was a lot of lawn. One year, Jack asked Nick, he said, it was my birthday. And he said, I think the day before he was mowing the lawn or something. And he said, hey, can I mow into the lawn, happy birthday, Mom, in giant letters? And he did. And then, I don't know, I didn't look out the backyard, I guess. And then the next day when it was my birthday, he's like, Mom, look out the backyard, look out the back window or whatever. And I look, and from our bedroom, so 2 stories, and I got this perfect view. It says he had mowed into the lawn in giant letters, happy birthday, Mom. So that was kind of fun. That was kind of fun. There's one of our New Zealand folk. Hi, Nancy Stone. I was talking about our friends from New Zealand and Australia earlier today because the first list that we did was things I'm looking forward to this summer. And I said, hey, if you are in the Southern Hemisphere, obviously it's not things you're looking forward to this summer. It's probably things you're looking forward to this autumn. And then I said, oh, we probably won't have any friends in the Southern Hemisphere here yet today because, well, I said specifically New Zealand and Australia because it's so early. And it was, but now you're here. So hello, Nancy Stone. Popped in early Sunday morning in New Zealand. If you're still here, Nancy Stone, tell us what time it is. Tell us what time it is in your neck of the woods in the New Zealand. New Zealand's on my bucket list. Australia I've been, but not New Zealand. So one of these days, it'll happen. It'll happen. When we were talking names and kind of name recognition, Christy said, I've been teaching for 28 years in middle school for the last 16, which means lots of kiddos. I get to know all their names quickly, but not always after they've left my class. Oh, well, I mean, like how many students had you taught in 28 years? A lot, right? A heck of a lot. All right, so here we go. We've got a good start. I am going to adhere that. No, I'll stamp first. Okay. So now what we need is, this is for May. So I'll use my little months. Now, I also thought about this. I don't know. Let's just look. It may or may not work. I pulled out one of the new stamp sets that is, where is it in my little bucket here? Oh, here we go. Days of the week. So these are my handwritten days of the week stamps. You could mix and match. You could, instead of stamping May, you could, well, obviously you're still stamping May, but instead of stamping this May, you could be stamping, oh, well, guess what? In July, there's a new set of stamps coming, and that's handwritten months. I'm such a dingling. There have been revisions to that back and forth a lot this week, so that was totally on my mind. Just now you know. However, I'm like, wait a minute, where's May? Oh yeah, duh, days of the week. If you wanted to, you could use the day of the week stamp set. Let's go that route, dummy. Well, I don't care. It's not a big secret. Let's see. Nancy said it's 7:45 in New Zealand, and it's Sunday, right? It's Sunday, the next day. And so, yes, early start on a Sunday. Early start. Oh, my goodness. Speaking of early starts, little Reggie, as cute as he is, you know, Jack's always quick to remind me that cats do not have a circadian rhythm, which means they don't like sleep for long periods of time at night like we do. They just sleep almost the whole day. So Reggie does not understand the meaning of, it's night, we go to sleep. Or it's 4:45 a.m. and we go to sleep or stay awake or go stay asleep or whatever. He's been doing that a lot lately. Nancy, we're celebrating King's birthday weekend, so tomorrow's a holiday. Oh, good for you. Good for you. Okay, so friends, new stamp set. This was part of the May release. This is a 4x stamp set, handwritten days of the week. It's called Days of the Week. So what I was thinking is I could maybe use one of these Thursday. I am doing Thursday, right? So my day is Thursday the 29th. No, Wednesday. Wednesday the 29th. Oh my goodness. Yes, Wednesday the 29th. So what I was thinking is I could maybe use Wednesday here. Wednesday, and then I could have May, right? I could have May. May is little compared to that. So it'd be like May, but it'd be like May, Wednesday, and then we'd have 29. I don't know. Here's what we can do though. We can always play. We can always test. Now, I believe, I know I have used the stamps. I don't know, I may not have. So, when we were talking earlier, we're going to do a little bit more education here, okay? And so if you're not a big stamper, you may not know this. If you've been with me for a while, you totally know this, but maybe it's a refresher. It's really important when you have a brand new stamp set that you condition or prime your stamps before you use them. They are not ready to be used when you get them out of the package. And that is the case with photopolymer stamps. I don't know if it's the case with acrylic stamps. I don't use acrylic stamps, but that's the case with photopolymer stamps. The reason why they're not ready to be used, the process of when the stamps are manufactured, they basically make a mold, really simplifying things. They make a mold and they pour the material in the mold, okay? Totally simplifying them. But like when you bake muffins, you're usually adding something to the mold, the muffin tin, so that the material, the mix, the batter, does not stick, right? So they do something similar to the mold before they pour in the material. Well, when they extract that from the mold, there is like a little coating of whatever that is. So let's just pretend it's Pam. It's not Pam, but let's pretend we're making our muffins and we're not using a muffin cup or, like a cupcake liner. We're not using a muffin liner. We're just spraying Pam in the muffin tin, right? Well, when you take it out, it's there so it doesn't stick. Your muffins don't stick to the side. Something very similar. So there's a little bit of that residue on the stamps. You can't see it, you can't peel it off, but a little bit of that residue is there. So if you've ever had brand new stamps, you open them and you start stamping right away and thought, that doesn't look right. Where are all those spaces? It's like the ink hasn't adhered. What's wrong? And then you get frustrated and decide you hate stamping. There's no reason to hate stamping. You probably just didn't know you needed to do that. I didn't know. I don't remember how I learned. Probably one of you guys told me years ago. So what I do when I get a brand new stamp set, okay, here, brand new stamp set, hasn't been used. I like condition it. There's a couple of different ways that you can do that, and it's total preference, right? I have a way that I do it. It may or may not be the same way that you want to do it. I use an eraser. So this is just a rubber eraser. I don't use it for anything other than this. I don't use it for like erasing pencil marks. I take my eraser and I gently go over the top of all of the stamps on that set. And I do them all at once. There's no sense in saying, oh, I'm just going to use Wednesday right now, so I'll just do Wednesday. And then next week you want Sunday, and then you do Sunday. It doesn't make sense to do them all individually. So I get a brand new sheet of stamps, and before I use the first one, I do that. Now, I am just removing that residue. Again, you can't see it, you can't peel it off, but it does interact with the ink. You don't want to erase so hard that you're in third grade and you got the answer wrong on your spelling test and you're trying to erase it and then write the correct answer, right? You don't want all those little eraser tailings. You don't want to be erasing so hard that you're getting all the little crumbles from the eraser. Not going to hurt it. It's just you're going to have to clean it all up. So I just erase. Then I take my little chamois and I clean that off, right? So I want to clean off any little eraser pieces that are on there. And then I want to dry it, okay? If I'm going to add ink after this, which I am, I want to make sure to thoroughly dry that, or remember that moisture, the water, even though there's no water, right? It's just the moisture. It's not dripping wet, is going to interact with the property of the pigment-based ink, the oxide. So I'm just drying it. Now that's one way to do it. That's the way I do it. Some people will just start stamping. They'll stamp 5 or 6 times, but not on their project. Reggie, stop that. Oh my, Reggie, he's trying to climb my camera stand. Oh, okay. He's like a 5-year-old. He's 2. He's probably like a 7-year-old child. Now he's trying to eat it. You go. You can't do that. You're causing problems. Sorry. All right, so totally dry. What some people will do is they'll just stamp. They'll stamp repeatedly until it finally looks good. Now, obviously not on your project, because then your project's not going to look very nice if you're doing that, although maybe that's what you wanted. So here's an example of that. And you can see, and this is just me test stamping because I didn't clean it first. I didn't go through that process. So I ink it up and I ink the first time and it looks pretty good, but there's kind of some splotches, right, where the ink didn't adhere. So then I ink it up again, and look, now there's splotches in new areas. Splotches have appeared here that weren't here before. So I ink it up again, and now look at the third time. There's splotches everywhere. There's nothing wrong with any of those. But if you're me, I like that look. I like it to be completely nice and solid. So I had to stamp and re-ink 4 times until I got it to where it looked good. okay? So you can do that. You can just stamp a whole bunch of times until it finally looks good because it's removed all of that stuff. That just kind of takes more time. The last method, and I'm sure there's probably more, but I don't know. This is just what I hear. Some people will take the stamp and then they stamp on their hand or their arm, okay? And they say that gets rid of it and then they ink and go. And that's not for me. I wear lotion and oils and all different kinds of things on my body. And so if I'm doing that, I feel like I'm just getting rid of the Pam, right? The non-stick stuff. And then I'm just adding all kinds of lotion and stuff. Then I have to clean it and go through that whole process. So whichever way you do it, doesn't matter. You do you, but it is important to do that if you want a good stamped impression. All right, so what we were thinking is that we would do a day of the week. So we were thinking maybe Wednesday. Well, that's the day it was. We were thinking we'd do that. We kind of maybe do something a little bit different. So there's, okay. Oh, good. I put May back. I'm like, I had May out. Now, what the heck did I do with May? It's back. Okay. May, Wednesday. So there is a stamp that's part of the stamp set. That is one stamp, that little row of SMTWTFS. Sounds like an acronym for a really long thing. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So that is part of that stamp set. So you could mark which day of the week it is if you wanted. But I think I'm going to try Wednesday and we'll see how that goes. And then it was the 29th. So I need my 2 and my 6 upside down. And I've used these before, so they're all conditioned. I don't need to worry about that. So there's my 9 now, and then it's the 29th right here. All right, so let's start with that and kind of just play and see what we think, if we like the way that looks. So I need a couple of different stamping blocks because, again, if you were with me earlier, I like to control the placement of everything, and you can only get your stamps so close together because of the, when you're trying to stamp them all at once, because of the little bumper, like the bumper pads around them. They're not called bumper pads, but you know what I mean. Where's my little one? Where's that guy? Oh, here it is. All right, that comes in a set. So that comes in a set on the website, kind of small and medium. That comes separately as a large. And then the other ones that I use frequently are this one, which is a 1.625, and then that is a set. And then the stylus. So that's kind of that right there covers, I'd say 90% of my stamping, those stamping blocks. But if you only have one, then obviously you need to go lowest common denominator, which would be your biggest. It has to fit your largest stamp, and then you use it for everything. All right, that is the guy I was looking for. Okay. Wednesday, I'm going to do, will that work? Do everything around Wednesday. Yeah, a little bit small, but it'll work. Everything is going to surround Wednesday. So now, what do you say? Should we do green? I feel like we should do green, I think, because this will all be the same color. So here's Wednesday. Do you guys do that? February, Wednesday. Like if I'm spelling it, that's in my head. That's what I say. Wednesday. I mean, I know how to spell Wednesday, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, here we go. Wednesday, May. I know it seems like May would go underneath it, but I think that will be weird. May, Wednesday, and then we'll do our 2-9. You know what? Let me just, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how close I can get these. We'll see if we like it. Is that right? I have a horrible time. No, Lil. I'm a dummy. Don't mind me. That's the way it needs to look. I'm going to see how it looks like close together like that and see if I like that. That will take much less time instead of trying to stamp those separately. Let's see what we get here if we like that. See how there's a little bit of extra room in there? I don't care. It'll be fine for this time. Ooh, It'll be fine for this time. And then we have our little TH. Okay, I like it. Different than what we normally do by pulling in that Wednesday. So that's what I'm going to do. I think that works. It'll work. Now, what I do want to check to see is, let me get this off. And I want to, I'm going to clean this really quickly because I might as well, if I'm going to place these, I might as well use the line on the stamping block so they are lined up, so they're even with each other, right? Might as well take advantage of that since I'm going to put them on the same block. And then I want to test it again because I've now moved them. I did not dry that off, so that could be a little funky. Now I can't tell if I stamped that crooked or straight. That's pretty good. All right. All right. Here, we started with Wednesday again. Oh my goodness, that means I need to move that. I think I have another block that size. If not, I'm gonna fake it on a bigger block. Then that way I don't have to take that 2/9 off. All right, here we go. So I could, like I said, I could place all of that on one larger block, but I like control. I like to be able to control the placement and how close things are together. So that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. All right. So the nice thing about the month's stamp set that's coming, handwritten, it will also, so the size of the writing is the same as on the weeks. The same height, the same width, the same weight in the letters. So it will all kind of, they'll be able to mix and match together. Let's see. Hold on, I missed a whole, you guys love it or in the chat. I love it, I love it, I love it. Wanda said, I usually get up at 7 on Sunday. Have a wonderful day and holiday week. Our holiday was last week. Christy said, finishing my 30th year. Oh yes, we're teaching. Marilee and Christy. Marilee, 30 years. Oh my goodness. And former students will come to say hi. Most of the time they give me their name and it all comes back. That's so cool. And you know what? I'm sure you teachers, the impact that you make on kids' lives, oh my goodness. I mean, we're so fortunate to have people like you, really, in our kids' lives. And when I say our kids, I mean all the kids of the world, because really, there's part of society, so they're all our kids, right? It's just so wonderful. I think you guys should be paid millions, in my opinion. I think teachers should be paid millions, because they are shaping our people, right? They're shaping our people. And in some cases more than others, because in some cases, maybe the family isn't super present in the child's life. And so you really are the shaper. You really are the shaper. So thank you. Thank you, teachers. I don't know. I better test that first. There's something about that. Yeah, no, it's good. Okay, so what's fun about this stamp set? This font that's used in all of the months on this stamp set is the Olive Alpha font that just came out. Well, no, it came out a couple months ago, a couple releases ago, right? Oh, I don't remember what I was going to say. The person that was asking about the cat stamp, what I was going to say is there are actually 3 cat stamps, and you probably didn't even know it. One is, well, another one's coming. Another new font's coming next month. That's the 3rd cat. The first stamp set is Reggie Alpha. Reggie Alpha is named after Reggie the cat. Long before Reggie turned into our cat, he was still well, he's still Sam's cat, but anyhow. Reggie Alpha is named after Reggie the cat. Olive Alpha is named after one of Jack and Kat's cats. Kat is Jack's girlfriend. So Olive Alpha is named after one of their cats. There is another new alpha coming out in July, and it's called Tally, T-A-L-I. And Tally is another one of their cats. They have 3 cats. This sat with ink on it too long, so I just need to, it just was a little bit splotchy, so I'm going to clean it off and then kind of dry it and then re-ink. They have 3 cats, Olive and Tally and Wonton. Wonton was a rescue that they found in a parking lot of a Chinese restaurant. And so it was trying to find whatever food it could in the dumpster. That's why the cat's name is Wonton. Now, I will not have a stamp named Wonton. Yeah, but yes, Tally and Olive and Reggie. Yes, so there are 3 cat stamps. You just wouldn't know it. Let's see. Hang on. Nancy said that splotchy look is kind of cool for the inking. Yeah, you know what? It's just whatever floats your boat, right? Whatever floats your boat. If you like the splotchy look, then it totally works. When you get a little smaller, it's easier to do that, I think. Yeah, it's just me, a personal preference. I just like it to be solid. What's interesting is I have seen some stamp sets that are specifically designed to be splotchy. Like it's part of the artwork. So it's not like complete. It would have like little scratches in it, or part of the polymer is not there, or, you know, whatever. So it's kind of cool. Yeah, if you like that look, it's totally cool. Janelle said, loving the green for this. Yeah, it's just, it kind of really pops, doesn't it? It's like I said, we're going back to our preppy handbook of the pink and the green, the like early mid 80s, right? That was my high school era. I graduated in 86. All right, Wednesday, May 29th, right? Look it. I really don't need a lot of other decoration on there. I've got that beautiful pattern paper behind, and that green is just like popping off the page, right? I mean, it's really popping. So let's grab, usually I do a little line here just so I can kind of separate. It's very top heavy. I need to do this now. I was just going to turn that over, and it's okay. Because I'll be covering it, but I just needed to make sure that was dry. I mean, I'd be covering it if it was still a little bit wet, but you kind of need to be thinking about that if you're working with ink to make sure it's not still wet. Okay, let's just clean these off really quick. I won't put them away now because this will be our last list, but I'll at least kind of get these put away. I mean, not put away, cleaned off. Cleaned off. Alrighty, so now we do my little, I like to do usually like just this little visual separator underneath. Just so, you know, it's separated. Like that. All right, so now we're ready for the things. In my list here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 things. So I need a bullet stamp. This will be a bulleted list. So like that, bulleted list. You have to make that sound when you do that. And I think I am going to pull, look at that little flower from Bullets and More 3. It looks similar to that kind of, right? Now, I'd really like to do the pink. I just don't know if that will, oh, I've got green all over me. I don't know if that will be enough. I don't know if we'll be able to see it enough. So let's look. Let's look and see what we get. I might have to pull another bullet. I'm going with the stylus, right? I'm using that little tiny stamp on the stylus. And let's look at our pink. Let's move some of these things out of here because they're in our way. Let's see what we think. I mean, you can see it. It's pretty, I think it's okay. I mean, you can see it. I just don't really want to do orange. I mean, there's so much orange on there. 1, 2, 3, whoopsie, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, that is not in a straight line at all. Really, I probably should have taken a little bit more time with what I was doing and drew a line with the pencil, and then I would know where to go and all that. So it's not bad, but they're just not quite straight. Now, it's pretty faint, right? I can see them, but it's pretty faint. So what I might choose to do would be to do something like this. Would be to get out my colored pencils and Fleshlight. That's Castle Arts. Fleshlight. What a name. That person that named that one. I mean, I guess they are thinking that it looks like flesh. So that would make sense. Although that's a pretty pinky flesh, right? I don't know. Maybe that's what flesh looks like. Fleshlight. So let's find it over here in the colored pencils. That's flesh. Okay. Flesh, that looks more like flesh to me. Fleshlight. So fleshlight is where? Fleshlight. Apparently I like fleshlight because I've used it before. It needs a little bit of a sharpen. So let's just see what happens. Now, I don't have to try this over here, right? I can try this over here on my little test. Did I test it? I swear I tested it. Didn't I? Oh, don't mind me. Just blonde over here. So if I just kind of color in those little circles, oh, this could be fun. Watch what I'm going to do. I am going to do a couple of these and then you can see. But there's one more thing I'm going to do to it before. I am going to bring in cadmium orange middle. Let's see. Cadmium orange, where is it? Cadmium orange middle. Oh, do we like it? I don't know, let's see. I'm gonna do it anyway. It's kind of cute. So that stamp is an outline stamp, right? So it's the outline of the flower. But then I can use my little colored pencil to come in and do either the same shade or a contrasting shade. But then I could do what I did, then put something in the center. So it's a little bit different. So if you use a color that you think is maybe a little bit too light and you can't see it, that's okay. We don't have to start over, right? We just go to plan B. This is plan B. Now, I use the same shade of pink, right? But might be kind of cool. I mean, just to play with. I wouldn't do it here, but just to play with, to try maybe something, maybe like a yellow or something, and maybe you'd still see the outline, the pink outline of the stamp. I don't know. Colored pencils, I think, are super fun to play with when you are stamping. Okay, there we go. So that's what it looks like. There's my little icons now. You can see them a little bit better. I have missed so many things in the chat, I think. We're talking about mowing lawn again. We're talking about teacher pay. Yes, worth their weight in gold, 100%. Oh, Karen, your squirrels ate the wire on your car. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, those are bad squirrels. Bad squirrels, bad squirrels. All right, okay. So here we go. Let's write on our list now. Let me write on my list of the day. It was Wednesday the 29th. I just pick a day, right? Sometimes there's lots going on. Sometimes there's not much going on. And it's not the point. The point is not to do this only when you have lots going on. The point is to do, lots of different types of days, right? Because if you're looking at this in 20 years, or someone's looking at this in 20 years, they're like, oh my gosh, like, did she ever have a boring day? Like every day she's doing all these crazy things. Today was a little bit more, not today, the 29th. I had my mammogram, right? Always important. Had my mammogram. I drove to Park City in a traffic jam. I went to Windy Ridge Bakery. This is the day I hosted the Neighbor Ladies. And remember when I said you do everything, you do all the food, the drinks, everything. Well, Lael does not cook and Nick was out of town. So what do? I went and bought quiche And that's what we had for dinner. Quiche and a really yummy butter salad and some yummy bread and some grilled chicken. So that was easy. I went to the market. It's called the market for crack bread. It's not really called crack bread. We just call it crack bread because it's so good. It's like, yeah, addicting. I went to the liquor store because in Utah, you can get beer at the grocery store, but you can't get alcohol, wine or, whatever at the grocery store. There are also very few very few liquor stores. They're state owned and they're few and far between. So I went to liquor store. Prepped for the party. Visited with Sam. So Sam came over. So we had a little visit. Then I hosted the party. So we had the neighbor party. And then I cleaned up. It took a while. It was only me. I mean, that's okay. I'd rather do it all myself. I don't ever expect anyone to stay and help. But it took about an hour because, there were lots of trays that the quiche was on. There were lots. But it was fun. It was a lovely day. That is not my typical day, right? Not my typical day at all, but that was just a day that I documented. So it is now in the books, May. That's what a day looked like in May for me. But it's not done yet. It's not done quite yet because it's kind of plain. So some of you are like, oh my gosh, you spent so much time on a list. Well, this one, yes, maybe the last list a lot, but this one really not at all, right? That was pretty fast. With this one, I do need to bring in the my score tape again. I need to use the score tape because I need to make sure it sticks down on that. Oh, here it is. Sticks down on that part that it's going to want to, pop up on because of gravity. So I'll put that along that edge. And then usually while I have it out, I just end up using it on the whole list. So super sticky tape. It'll help it stick there. I will do that same technique that I have been doing anytime I use this today, which is I do not reveal all the stick at once. If you've ever worked with any kind of double-sided tape like that, it's super sticky. That's why you use it. But it's super sticky, which means you generally only have one shot to put it down. And if it's crooked, oh well, because it's not coming up. So I just reveal a little bit of it, maybe a quarter or a third, whatever it is. I just reveal a little. You'll notice in each case, I am bending what's left, that piece that I partially pulled off towards the outside. That's going to become a little tab for me. So there we go, just partial stick. Now I'm right-handed, so I'm gonna rotate this so it's upside down, but a lot easier for me to work with. Now, because there's only partial stick, I can move this all around. It's touching. I can move this all around until I get it exactly where I want it. Once I get it exactly where I want it, then I'm like, okay, that's good. I like it there. Then I can pull the little tab and make it sticky the rest of the way. All right, just like that. And just like that. So now this is what my feeling is. We decided we were going to make this a 2-page list. And next week we were going to deal with the other side, right? So I'd had a request to, with this list, next time we did a what a day list, that I do a 2-page list. So next week I need to think about what I'm going to do over here. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to leave this open for now. I won't leave that blank. There's too much blank space there, but I think we'll work whatever that is into whatever this whole kind of spread together ends up being. All right, so I'll just bring this up again so you can see those little flowers stamped and then used colored pencils. And then I love that green on there. That green just, oh my goodness, that green pops. If that doesn't say spring, I don't know what does, right? I don't know what does if that doesn't say spring. Okay, friends, so we are more or less done for today. So I am going to turn on the overhead light so I'm not all shadowed behind me. I'm going to turn off the studio lights. I'm going to rotate the camera, and we are going to say our goodbyes until next week. But we got to remember prizes, okay? So let's talk about prizes real quick. Let's talk about prizes. 2 prizes today. Oh, just missed it. Guess who just walked back into frame again? Reggie. No bubble envelope this time, but he's here. He's here, huh, Reg? This is my little pal, huh? Oh yes, prizes. 2 prizes today. The way you participate in prizes, once the video is over, leave a comment on the video. So not in the chat, but leave a comment on the video when it's over. You have until next Saturday morning to do that. I think it's probably a little bit easier if you remember to do it now versus once the week gets going. What I would like you to do, tell me something you are looking forward to this summer in the comment. What are you looking forward to this summer? Remember, it doesn't have to be big. You don't have to be going on trips. You don't have to be doing anything special. It could be you're looking forward to cherries. You're looking forward to spending time in the air conditioning because it's going to be so darn hot and humid outside, right? Whatever. In the chat, I want you to tell me what you're, not in the chat, in the comments when the video is over. Tell me what you're looking forward to this summer. Next Saturday morning, I'll draw for 2 prizes. One is a 4-pack. A 4-pack of the storage pouches, okay? These are back in stock. They've been back in stock for about a week. They're already halfway sold out again. You guys are like blowing my mind. So they're already ordered again. They'll take about 2 months to get here, but I still have, I still have lots left. So don't be scared. But one person will win a 4-pack of these. So these you can get in singles. That's 13 by 13. Great for holding all your product or class kits or projects or whatever. You guys, I just have to show you this. I'm going to take this down. I'm going to take this down. I got to show you this, okay? I'm going to take this down. I need to flip the camera. Look what happened the second I was done. Like, look at that. Hello, we're talking about you. He's just staring at you guys. I mean, look how crazy. He literally came in and he just plopped right down. He just plopped right down. What a guy. Okay, I'm not going to put it back in the stand. Well, I better. I can't hold that very well. Okay, anyhow. So, pets are so good. They just add so much to life, right? Silly. Yes, 2 prizes. So one is a 4-pack of those 13 by 13 storage pouches. I have on the website, I have added some comments of what people are saying about them because you can take my word for it, but I think it's really fascinating to hear what other people are saying, and they're not made up, I promise you. So 4-pack of those. So you can get them one by one. Or you can buy them in a 4-pack. When you buy them in a 4-pack, you save 17% or something. So one person will win. No, I think I said 5. Did I say 5? No, I said a 4-pack. Why would I say 5? Oh, I know. I said 5 in the Facebook group because I need to go pick that when we're done. 4-pack of those. The other prize is you get your choice of any of the stamps. Pick one stamp that I used today. So I used About Last Month 2024. I used What a Day. I used Summer Mini Icons. I used, I think, Bullets and More too. And I used, what did I miss? Oh, all the things, okay? So the winner gets to choose any of those stamps. You kind of pick your own prize, all right? As far as what's coming next, Wednesday this week. So Wednesday, I think we figured out that was the 5th, right? This coming Wednesday, we are doing What's New Wednesday. Okay, so I'll show you some of the new Simple Stories collections. I'll probably save Say Cheese for the week after because there's Say Cheese, Magic, and then there's all the little ones too. But there's new 49 and Market Academia, however you say that. New Simple Stories, crafty things, so good. Linen Market, we saw a little bit of Meadow Flowers today, but we'll do a full look at that. And then we are listing next weekend. Today's the 1st, the 8th. We are listing the 8th. And what else? I need to schedule. If you purchase the This Is Us kit, watch for an email this coming week about when class will be scheduled for that. And then also watch for a little bit more sneak peek of the new, I think Happy Summer. I think I called it Happy Summer mini book kit using Summer Snapshot. So there you go. Lots of stuff coming. Thanks for joining me today, you guys. Always so fun. I have been crafting a lot this week, getting ready for that TV segment on Saturday or Monday, getting everything organized. But that's kind of work. It's kind of play, but it's also kind of work. But this is purely play. This is let's pull out all the things, let's have fun, let's try things, let's see what worked, let's see what doesn't, let's get out of our comfort zone, right? This one for me was out of my comfort zone. I wrote on the colored paper, and usually I'm always writing on white. So sometimes it's fun to get out of your comfort zone and play. So thank you for letting me play, because if you guys weren't here, I would not have done any of that. I just would have been working on, business, which you have to do that, but it's also fun to play, right? What do they say? All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So we don't want that, right? We all have to play. We all have to play. Even if you just have a few minutes, play. It's important. It's important that you can do all the other things that require a little bit more effort, right? So enjoy the rest of your weekend. And if I don't see you on Wednesday, or if I don't see you Saturday, or I don't see you in a class, I hope to see you sometime soon on the interwebs, okay? Let me just check chat really quick, because sometimes I miss things at the end. So really quick. Reggie wants to craft. He sure does. He is such a cute kitty. He's a good kitty. He really is. He really is. Karen, thank you. Karen said, thanks for everything, Lael. I appreciate you and your time always, and mostly for being so inspiring. Thank you. You guys are just as inspiring to me, I promise. Pets are the best. Yes, they are. Nancy said, love your stamps and you keep designing more, it seems. I do. Yeah, it's we're on an every other month. We're on an every other month schedule. So we did January, March, May, July, and then just keep going every other month. But that's the plan right now, every other month. I don't know that we'll ever get to every month. That's I don't foresee that, but you can kind of plan on every other month. Dawn said, thank you, great day of listing. Thank you, Dawn. Oh, I love it. Eva said she set up her Epson PM400 printer and lots of tips on stamping. Justine, thanks for great listing day. Good luck on Monday. Thank you, Scrapbook Sista. Yes. Well, I guess if I never send out the link, then it didn't go well. No, I think it'll go well. I think it will. More time prepping, always better, right? And Nancy said, I'm looking forward to watching the replay next. Bye for now, everyone. Nancy, enjoy your Sunday, since you are on Sunday. All right, friends, thanks for watching. Have a great weekend. Have a great week, and take care of yourself, okay? Chat with you guys later. Bye-bye. Thanks. Bye.